Welcome to another video here on the Venus Cupcake. I'm going to open with a prayer, and then Fang will open with her prayer, and we will embark on our journey this evening. Welcome everyone in the chat. Much love, much light. Hopefully my internet doesn't glitch because we've been having problems all day since we have another blizzard. It's so much fun. I'm telling you, it started snowing in October and has snowed every day since. So I will open with prayer and we'll get started. How is everybody today? Is everybody doing good? I hope so. Oh, great cosmic birther of all radiance and vibration, soften the ground of our being and carve out a space within us where your presence can abide. Fill us with your creativity so that we may be empowered to bear the fruit of your mission. Let each of our actions bear fruit in accordance with our desires. Om, Om, Yahuwah. Fang, would you like to you hear Fang? We're waiting for Fang. Where are you, Fang?
I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, cool. I'm just making sure you don't techno difficulties.
So far, so good. Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening. We ask that we please have a wonderful live stream dedicated unto you and people learning about their wireless body part, which is their biofield, which includes the full body and their aura and their soul and their spirit connection. Please mind the trolls for us. We thank you very much. In Jesus' precious name, amen.
Fair use content for educational purposes only. You have no permission to copy, restream, or take any portion thereof this video, for it is copyrighted and will be after it's concluded. We start this evening's subject by saying, I wish you all love and light and peace in your hearts, and I love you all very much. Okay.
We'd like to thank everybody coming this evening. And we're just going to relax. Open your mind up. There's a lot of information about to be headed your way.
I go over the cybersecurity of the 6G low pan. So because of that, we're going to go over it one more time. In the 6G low pan, the Striker unit is using machine-to-machine interface. No commanders involved. Why? In the Artificial Intelligence Symposium presented by the DoD in September 2020, and I quote, "We want an end-to-end nervous system. Enable the commanders directly, get the AWMS, BS, and all these other systems coordinating together." Why? This is the cybersecurity for the digital ID, and it includes 802.15.6. What's that? A wide body area network, courtesy of our international electrical and electronic engineers. The same IEEE that makes all the rules for everything, cell phones, electrical, all of it. Body area network inside of 802.15.6. The bubbles that you see here, medical applications, non-medical, medical applications. And what do they say? Well, they can reach right into your body to help you with your hearing aid and your glucose and your ECG, and it's monitoring for all your vital signs. And they can also help you with disability assistance, muscle tension monitoring. If you have problems talking, they can talk for you. If you have problems moving your hands, they can do that too. How? Additionally, there is non-medical uses, and these words are identical to the technical writing. And if you watched the warm-up for this presentation, you also noted there's an energy harvesting to all of this. How? Right up here. And exchange digital information using the electrical conductivity of the human body as a data network since 1995. How? Back to the 6G low pan. So the Striker unit is coming in. She's using machine to machine, totally autonomous. And she's on a vehicular ad hoc network. This is for security purposes on the 6G low personal area network, which may or may not include your body as a body area network, routing the Specialized Wireless Sensor Working Group 802.15.5, which is wireless sensor networks. And the group that runs the biosensors themselves, electrical, magnetic, always fixed inside of you. And this is where people are really confused.
Fang, does it seem laggy? Fang?
Yes, it's a bit laggy on the StreamYard, and Goblin said it's lagging.
Okay, well, start it over again. We'll see what happens. Hold on.
Do you want me to start it?
Okay, you start it on your side. Maybe it's better. Okay, we're going to start it all over again, guys. Sorry. Why don't you get all this information?
Play the music for a moment, please.
Surely.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I had the most terrible computer because my other one is broken. So I'm having a good old time. So just, you have to bear with me. Okay.
It's all well.
This thing sucks. So here we go. Here we go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sabrina Davis. That's my maiden name. My full name is Sabrina Dawn Davis, and now Sabrina Dawn Wallace. I have a tech presentation previous to this one in which I go over the cybersecurity of the 6G low pan. So because of that, we're going to go over it one more time. In the 6G low pan, the Stryker unit is using machine-to-machine interface. No commanders involved. Why? In the Artificial Intelligence Symposium presented by the DoD in September 2020, and I quote, "We want an end-to-end nervous system. Enable the commanders directly. Get the AWMS, BS, and all these other systems coordinating together." Why? This is the cybersecurity for the digital ID, and it includes 802.15.6. What's that? A wide body area network, courtesy of our international electrical and electronic engineers. The same IEEE that makes all the rules for everything, cell phones, electrical, all of it. Body area network inside of 802.15.6. The bubbles that you see here, medical applications, non-medical, medical applications. And what do they say? Well, they can reach right into your body to help you with your hearing aid and your glucose and your ECG, and it's monitoring for all your vital signs. And they can also help you with disability assistance, muscle tension monitoring. If you have problems talking, they can talk for you. If you have problems moving your hands, they can do that too. How? Additionally, there is non-medical uses, and these words are identical to the technical writing. And if you watched the warm-up for this presentation, you also noted there's an energy harvesting to all of this. How? Right up here. And exchange digital information using the electrical conductivity of the human body as a data network. Since 1995, W-bands. How? Back to the 6G low pan. So the Stryker unit is coming in. She's using machine-to-machine, totally autonomous. And she's on a vehicular ad hoc network. This is for security purposes on the 6G low personal area network, which may or may not include your body as a body area network, routing the Specialized Wireless Sensor Working Group 802.15.5, which is wireless sensor networks. And the group that runs the biosensors themselves, electrical, magnetic, always fixed inside of you. And this is where people are really confused. 802.15.4 is your Zigbee and Bluetooth. And we're going to talk about it right now in very specific technical terms to remove the lie that you need a chip, you need an RFID, you need something in you, you need an injection. No, you don't. Why? This is all built off of your body part that disappeared 150 years ago. Plasmonics, gravitonics, cymatics, kinematics, where did it all go? Oh, we don't know. Oh, yes, you do. You didn't tell anybody. And now we've got an even bigger problem because people, young people, old people, for $300 can just go get right into you, your cells, your tissue right now. Less than $300. Now, when that happens to you, what do you think is happening to you? Sorry, folks, but we got to go this way first. The Synergists here on the channel, we call it the 4 circles of hell. UFOs in Congress this year, March 2020. Those are special access projects. We're not talking. And then there's the psychic abilities. Psychic or psionic? One book I forgot to grab, pardon me, folks. From 1996, it used to help people understand precognition is inherent in human tissue. Spiders eat with it. When was this book published? 2000. So what we did was we said, oh no, you're psychic, and when you go see your physician, what do they tell you? You're crazy, take some pills. Why are they doing that? When we have all this control with a bunch of wireless sensors magnetically already inside of your body, using your natural biofield, but what do you call it? It's the aura. It doesn't exist. Why do I do that in an animated way? Because this is the gambit. This is the game. Now, during a meeting recently with everybody who's watching now, I displayed very clearly with my own body, naturally, I am faster, I am more precise. If you get these biosensor 802.15.4 magnets out of me, why? Neurotoxicity, problems, like what? Well, when you fill the body with metals, and then you add an intracellular network that is wirelessly accessible on the same wireless working group as your phone. Then you lie to people and you tell them, oh no, there's no body part like that. It doesn't exist. So one more time before I go to this, you're in the 4 circles of hell. It's a UFO. I don't know. It's psychic. I don't know. And then there's cryptids, which is human augmentation. Oh, gee, I don't know. What's it for? Wireless tissue engineering, wireless total piezoelectric control. What's piezoelectricity? Comes out of your bone, right? Oh, you didn't know that? Right. This is the game. 150 years ago, you got a body part. Where is it? Want to see mine? Instant. And if I could take my shirt up, you could see it even easier. Instant. What was the military promised? Oh, look, with N3, we have read-write to the brain tissue right now. That's what an intracellular cyber nano, Internet of Bodies, Internet of Behaviors, Internet of Medical. I mean, it is so vast. And it all goes back to the same thing. The aura! You're not allowed to talk about it. People got killed for talking about it. And then selectively, since 2012 and 13, we have doctors and physicians and all these people. Oh, gosh, I just don't know. Oh, I don't know. Well, in Tennessee in 1911, they knew. All of the population density in northern Tennessee, northeastern Tennessee, when the copper lines went in for TV and radio here in Appalachia, well, gee, almost the entire population, digestive problems, and they got diabetes within a year. Over 80% of the whole population. Let's take a look at what's happened since the 90s. It's always your fault. Fibromyalgia, you just couldn't deal with pain. Oh, you have a pseudotumor. Your body is acting like it has a brain tumor, but it doesn't. So we'll feed you full of pills. Hey, you're having pseudo seizures. I watched a man with 2 other football player-sized dudes, and he was working inside of a gym, a cheerleading gym. They have those big mats on the floor. So he's rolling it up. He starts having a seizure. His eyes are bloodshot. They take him to the hospital. This man, they've told for years, you're having pseudo seizures. How is it that at the hospital, they can't tell him what's happening to his brain? For the same reason that your counselors and therapists lie. They tell you you're not electronic, you're not electromagnetic. Where do they leave you? Nebulous. It's always, I don't know. Well, somebody knows deeply. So then it becomes all the autoimmune disorders. 80% of your immune system is in that DNA-generated, photonically resonant, electromagnetic, natural body part. And everyone has one. And the Department of Defense does not leave anybody out. So whatever you believe in, whatever you think you knew, whatever you think you know, now's the time to set that down at the door and learn. It is a body part. The aura is the human biofield. And if you watched the preparation for this presentation, what you should hopefully be feeling right now is mouth on the floor. What? Good. Stay there, please. All right. Cancer is not my story to tell, but I've got medical documents right now that'll show you they can give it to you and take it away. And they sure do. Then we have nano diseases like Morgellons. They were recorded in history in 1640 or 52. Now, what's going on? Sosa and Mosa. So now you're going to want to hit the two articles. We're going to shift now. You're going to want to hit the two articles that are there talking about L3 Harris. And both articles I pulled from Command and Control C4ISR for this presentation for the military people watching. I am an N2 architecture. My grandfather is Black Projects Boeing, Fort Meade Station 1. My great uncle was 35 70th Master Aircraft Mechanic and 65 70th Chemical Army Ordnance Corps. These are my family members. And I myself have been out here since April of 2022, attempting to force the issue of electromagnetic warfares of drones. It's coming. We've used it in other countries since 1994 and now on our own population. This big Havana syndrome secret, even a week ago on the Drudge Report, or less. The CIA in the middle of the Drudge had a big symbol and it said, oh, the doctor that investigated Havana syndrome from 2017, no one would help him. Officers, military peers, no one would help him. We have a problem with off-the-shelf electromagnetic weaponry. They said it would resolve the moment they turned us over into Jasara Nasara. Excuse me. Are you going to tell people about the human body part you have full of magnets that you've got total control over every human down to the bone marrow? And you are currently guaranteeing by 2023 or 2025 up to 40% of full behavioral control. And nah, this isn't about marketing. When the cloud flare turns off in this plan, you think you're quantum, you have a new technology, just go get injected, we'll protect you. Here come the plasma storms and all these things. How does it work? Sosa and Mosa. So where we're going to start from all this is here. I drew a nice new little picture so you understand. Bluetooth and Zigbee are 802.15.4, and since 2005, you are commercially connected. So the same construction worker installing the light switch for the IEEE, he knows that you have an invisible electromagnetic wirelessly available to anybody commercially since 2005 body part. So then you enter in that the people who are writing the apps for your body part, all these sensors are commercially available. Again, I'm going to continue. You have two RF sinks, one over your heart and one over your bladder. Radio frequency sync, pulling it into your body, into your tissue. Dang. Oh, yeah, because they're going to stop you. You can't walk, you can't move, you can't do anything. You don't bring a gun to an electromagnetic fight because you're not moving. Now, it gets worse. So the people who've been writing apps for this since 2005, mostly 2010, 12, whatever, they have to choose via something called K-hop routing. How to use the carrier sense. Where did I put it? I wrote this out for folks that could see it easier. Because this carrier wave sensing and then it's collision detection or collision. Where'd you go? Apologies, folks. This is my first run at this. Okay, well, the CMSA, I have it on the site too, is based on heat, fenestration of the biofield, and active data location. So this is what's actually going on in your body. And oh, here we are. Yeah, I did. I had it down here. Okay. So, media access control. No, medium access control. Carrier sense. So you don't get to use your body part for the radar usages they originally played with in World War I or World War II. Amazing Polly's like, oh, it's an open secret that they're hiding a body part away from everyone. And now they have it so easily available to people who write apps. Correct. So we come into the what layer of the computer networking model of open systems interconnectivity? And we have beacon-enabled mode slotted CSMA, carrier sense multiple access with collision avoidance. And then non-beacon-enabled mode unslotted CSMA-CA. For all of the humans watching me that do understand what I'm about to say, thank you. For those of you that don't, I apologize, but I must say it this way. I am non-invasive N2 technology with a cosmic clearance courtesy of my family, who risked their lives, changed everything they did, and they are not able to speak like everyone knows because that is not something you're allowed to talk about. I was unaware up until a few days ago of really what I was saying out loud, because when it comes to N2, you have to make a call. Otherwise, you don't get through it all. But for non-invasive N3 DARPA, and they promised, this new technology with intracellular nano network, the Internet of Bodies, the medical would be faster, more precise, and more secure. What do we actually have? We actually have constant button pushing, MATLAB assisting with artificial neural networks, relational neural networks, and convolutional neural networks. And what else do we have? Wide open security, off the shelf, tons of people lying in every direction, and everyone thinks you need a chip. What else do we have? Chaos, confusion. All the doctors and physicians lie. Now, what is going on? We're hiding a body part. Why? And what I proved in the last few days to the military, saying it this way, is that N2 here is more secure, faster, and more precise. And there was a random human individual who showed and demonstrated the same thing in real time. So here we are in this presentation. Your N3 is not more secure, it is not more precise, and it is not faster than a free-range human with your biosensor magnets not interfering with my endocrine system. And they know it. And a lot of people that are listening right now, you didn't. Well, there's a reason for that. They don't want anybody to know what's really going on. So for 150 years, we have total ignorance. And now with drones coming, when you say electromagnetic warfare, a few days ago on the Drudge, I don't know what you're talking about. Stay brain damaged. We're not going to help you. Meanwhile, young people, $300, and they're making literal changes to your tissue, and you think it's a UFO, it's a spirit. I don't know. Why can't you tell people they have a body part? Because you have a remote. We don't. To our own central nervous system, our own respiratory, all of it. And if we go to our physicians, they lie to us. That is severe, and there is no getting around any of that without telling the truth. The aura is a DNA-generated body part. And that brings us to the MQ-9 Reaper drones that are tethered via Pentagon Statement 3000.09. And I quote, "There was no positive outcome in the design criterion." If you would like to look that up for yourself, it is inside this 2-book college textbook series. And I quote, "Human Interaction in Emerging Technologies and Future Systems." This book reports on research and developments in human-technology interaction. A special emphasis is given to human-computer interaction and its implementation for a wide range of purposes such as healthcare, aerospace, telecommunication, and education, among others. So why aren't people going to Amazon and discovering, hey, it's a body part? Then why aren't they asking the question, what's going on with the body part? You all know why. You've been doing it to me since April. And even last night, when people who have a faith that they believe in, you make fun of them, you denigrate them, and you pretend, those of you in academia, that you know better. Meanwhile, you in academia need the drop-down menus that have SOSA and MOSA and the 802.15 and total access commercially with all sorts of people playing with human bodies, and nobody has any idea because they think they need a chip. 150 years of eradicating the human body part out of work, school, education, common vernacular, and you get to do whatever you want. And the IEEE engineers can sit there and go and just take the money. So who's controlling it? Who's controlling all this? Well, for that, we're going to use the C4 ISR. On Wednesday, September 14th, 2022, ISR, L3 Harris and Raytheon. They have been awarded a new technology. Well, excuse me. Next Generation Airborne Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance Program known as Hades. Now, for the people that watch my channel, one of the ways that I was signaling people, excuse me, and make sure was I held up this. What is it? God of War, Hades. One more time, gentlemen and ladies, at JSTAR's JAIC everywhere. Can you hear it? What does everybody else do? They get to run around and call me a nut job and be exceedingly inappropriate because they don't understand. And for me, that's what hurts my heart. They're young, they're old, whatever. You lied. Way too long, way too hard. And here we are. So the applied signal technology is now in phase 2 contracts to develop Hades. What is it? High accuracy detection exploitation system for what? Signals. Using what? SOSA and MOSA. What are those? You're going to want to go to the Program Executive Office of Electronic Warfare and Sensors. 802.15.5 wireless sensor networks, 802.15.6 W bands, etc., 6G low pan, sensors open system architecture, and modular open systems approach. And in the lead up to this presentation, I took you online, and the links are here at the Odyssey. They all know what they're using. They know how to order it. So does the National Institute of Science and Technology. Special access projects, ladies and gentlemen. So that's the person you need to call. One more time. The office is Program Executive Office of Electronic Warfare. PEO, IEW&S, and it's SOSA and MOSA. And the people on the channel, the Psinergists, they know SOSA and MOSA. And the reason I did it that way is because it's so obvious to all of them. But when that physician on the front of the drudge says, what's going on? Oh, I don't know. Well, now you do. Call these people. They're in charge of it all. Straight up, C4ISR. When? All right, again, apologies. From September 14th, 2022, L3 Harris and Raytheon have Hades, high accuracy detection exploitation system of applied signals. So what does applied mean? Watch this. And you're like, whoa. So my symbol that I was writing on my arm as a kid is the symbol for Lockheed Martin. In 1995, we have WPANs and W-bands. And how are we detecting all this? Well, for Osiris. What's that? Well, Osiris with the Marine Corps, that'd be my grandpa in World War II, and it's Maryland-based. My aunt lived right there. AT&T Southern Bell. Now I hooked up Fermilab direct with the OC3, OC24 for AT&T working for Charter. And helicopters, Plasmonics when I was little. Ocopter. Okay? So the 5G is linked to a drone swarm for this program called Osiris that operates for the Marine Corps, Maryland base, yada, yada, yada. All the same stuff. Again, this one's September 28th, 2022. So how? And I quote, detect low power RF signals that that adversaries could use to communicate, sense, or jam. Dan Rice, VP, 5G MIL programs at Lockheed. Testing was done in May and September of 2022. And the intel collection is for the ISTAR capabilities using the 5G linked drone swarm. And here we are again. Anything that can communicate, 802.15.4. Anything that can sense, 802.15.5. And the human response to jam, well, that's going to be done away with too, because we're not allowed to use our own body part. And that's because you have it full of biosensors, which are electroconductive magnets that you have a control on and we don't. And we have no way to get rid of that RF sync. We have no way to get rid of all the health problems that come with doing this to people, because you have made it clear you're not going to even tell them it's a body part. You're handing out remotes left and right. Security, are you kidding me? Meanwhile, all of our resources are chasing people all over. No one will tell the truth. The military's scattered everywhere going, I'm not quite sure, except to March 4th with the people who did all this and who are still doing it. And how are they getting away with it? Because you are allowing them to. You're letting them lie. You're letting them tell our youth that this green energy crap is going to do something. That green energy is piezoelectricity, and you are powering your own coffee pot. That's how it works. It's right here, digital ID. So once they shut off the cloud, just like they shut off IBM Token Ring, now you're forced to deal in Microsoft. Well, now you're going to be forced to deal with your own tissue. And one more time, what does that do to you? Swelling you and deswelling you over and over again at your hormone level in your biofield, and also completely subsuming your your immune system to ensure that they can download anything electromagnetically into your cells at any time. And when you take a look at the cellular network of the nano internet of things, well, that's a different presentation, and it's disgusting. Literally disgusting. Physically. Gory. So, the people that you need to talk to have names. The people you need to talk to know exactly what I'm saying, because it's open information and they know it. Wide open information. So why isn't anybody talking about it? Okay. Well, for this one, let's go back over here on September 14th. We're going back to Hades. Multi-domain sensing system, MDSS of high accuracy detection exploitation system. And I quote in the orange, the MDSS Hades will be globally deployable and provide a multifaceted sensing capability at higher altitudes and longer ranges. Dennis Teefy, Project Director for Sensors Aerial Intelligence. This is the Army. The goal is, this is now in gold over here. The goal is to provide deep sensing intelligence collection of indicators, warnings, electronic order of battle, and patterns of life for target development. Down to the bone marrow, watching everything you do. That's a cognitive body area network, and it reports immediately with radar in real time what you are thinking. End-to-end digital nervous system enable the commander directly using what? AI. Project Salus is what my parents were working on in 1969. What does it watch? Every cellular PHASE and PHAG state of everything in you, around you, etc. Welcome to Wireless Sensor Networks, fenestrated, split. Through the actual human biofield, healing touch, which was an energy work modality because they wouldn't let anybody talk about it. But the biofield has physical, emotional, mental, very directly relatable layers of electromagnetic conductivity using the largest organ in the body, which is your skin. And then you go to BitChute and you see people are having skin problems of all kinds. Well, graphene gets hot. And now we're back over one more time to the CSMA. Did you write your app properly? Are you routing through their tissue properly? Because they've been at it since 2005 and specializing in it since 2002, using the same internet routing MAC controls for what? Network engineering. Why? So they can write an API. An app. For what? For you. Using what? Bluetooth. That's not secure. But I am. N3 overwrites your brain tissue. Wireless tissue engineering, anybody? And what did I say? Total piezoelectric control down to the bone marrow. Wireless tissue engineering. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, UFOs, psychic, I don't know. What has that left us with? The real cybersecurity for all this looks like this. Why? Because every single one of those little markers that you see, the nodes, the nodes, NODE, that's right. Every single one that you see has N1 through 5 attached to it ongoing. So the striker uses open shortest path first and all sorts of different routing autonomously, machine to machine. No commander can read it. Nobody can interrupt it. That's your Pentagon lethal autonomous weapons statement that Mr. Horowitz on the C4ISR already asked after months ago. What happened? They told Congress in March, get lost. We're saps. We do what we want. And what I'm saying is this is a 6,000-year-old telemetry system of the human circulatory system, which is why Chinese medicine and acupressure and puncture, I'm making a pressure change inside your bloodstream. And oh boy, does that work every time. Meanwhile, myself and other good people, we got to sit here, scream, fight, and argue, get called crazy, and then eventually chased down for years and years and years. Why? Because we know how to use our body part and you won't let us. Well, now it's everybody. Again, systems open architecture. Here's who you need to call. This office. Why? Because they run it all. One more time. The digital ID is built on those biosensors. Not only can they download diseases and do what they want, they can voltaically change the charge with a drop-down menu and not have to get out of bed. Then there's the remote neural networks, the underground artificial intelligence helping with MATLAB, who has their Tahoes and laptops, and it's that you all know too. And just in case that they cannot get you in all the other ways they're used to, and your immune system is a little too heavy, now it's coming off the smart meter. Now we have a carrier wave already deployed that is going to ensure anyone who's been eating like an idiot for 2 years is probably not going to make it through the winter. And what have the Patriot, Truth, or COINTELCUTARDs been? Here's a little bit of truth and a fuck ton of bullshit. Dimite Domini, I tried not to cuss the whole way, but this is how egregious this is. You don't understand. But those of you who have been watching me for the past few weeks, you got it. You see what I'm saying. I'm N2. I have cosmic clearance. Nobody told me nothing. Then a few days ago, I got a phone call about my mom's side of things so that I could relax a bit and understand really why it is that JAIC and I are such good friends. So I am a disabled American. I'm nobody. And last night on our channel here on Synergy, we went to God, all of us, because we have a faith. Not all of us are there with Jesus Christ of Nazareth the same way. We don't have to be. And we know that. We honor one another. Yeah, so you're a Wiccan, you're a Buddhist, you're something I've never seen before. Okay. You know what's in common? We just want to use all of our body parts, not just the Rockefeller approved. You know what else we have in common? We've been watching a lot of people die. And I'm going to talk about that right now. My best friend was killed by all this garbage. They ignored her. She had an don't vent me. They didn't care. I didn't even get to go to her funeral. You killed this woman with your COVID protocols. Now everybody can probably hold this up in their own families right now. And all of this is built around lying about a body part, not introducing a new technology. No. You can watch the systems grow from the 1995 wide body area network and on. And the biosensors are in place. And the technical writing puts it right in your face what they're really using your body, to transduce for them. Which body part is transducing their electrical signal for them? The biofield. The aura. And I quote, "It was the most painful blood draw I've had in my life. She left and I cried. So oxygen goes to like 50. So I'm trying to calm. I used my little Mormon friend Molly oil and a calm in essential oils, and Molly was something a Mormon friend hand sewn for her. And changes my oxygen from ear to finger. Number went up. She brought me Xanax. These nurses are amazing. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I'm stressed. The nurse just said, I'm going to be real honest with you. It's probably going to be another week or so. So we got to figure out a solution like a midline. You got to advocate for yourself. An hour later, to get a midline IV put in, midline, they can pull blood and then more. Of course, I want to go home, but not at the expense of not being ready and having to come back. And she was vented. They came in, punched her hand again. Within 15 minutes, she wrote a message to her family. They didn't tell her husband. Homecoming was that night, but I knew. I felt her go under, so I texted him. And he's like, knowing that I have extrasensory perception like every human does. accept that I don't lie about mine and how it works in my own body. He knew, and he said, "Oh, I'm trying to keep this off Facebook." And I said, "Well, that's no problem, but what's going on?" He said, "Well, they vented her. She was dead in 5 days." So this is how that whole thing with Dr. Artis and yada, yada, yada. Yeah, it ends in death. And they know it. And they know what they're doing. And instead of continuing to allow this nightmare, simply because with people in the military going, what am I really looking at? Because they have jobs. They're busy. They're trying to do things too. Here you go. Now it's on you. You need to be the ones to continue holding your people accountable and saying, N3 is not more secure than N2. It's not faster than N2, and it's not more precise. And anyone who looks at me and says you're waving your hands in the air, well, then clearly you don't know how we control drones with a unicorn, a black unicorn wearable, a nano antenna, and the relational neural networks and the convolutional neural networks that alter right there, right inside your biofield using those 802.15.4 and 802.15.5 modification to the AI immediately right now. That was the promise that you were all made, and I disproved it and debunked it all right in front of your face. Thank you, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, for the opportunity to put these liars in their place. Why? We can do better across the board. And it starts with admitting you've harnessed a body part, you've weighed it down with magnets, you have special waves deployed for different ranges of people based on age, obesity, whatever. MATLAB running around in Tahoes or just flat up, straight up, autonomous above in the sky, making changes to people's cells and bloodstream for all of your telehealth, e-health, electroceuticals, etc. You didn't tell nobody nothing. You didn't give anybody a choice. And our young people believe they'll have a choice. And, it's because the old people are just dumb. Meanwhile, your endocrine system, your immune system, 40% of your behavior, all gone. We can do better. Jesus is counting on me. Son of man, I have made you a watchman of the house of Israel, and you are to hear the word of my mouth and warn them from me. If I say to the wicked, wicked man, you will surely die, and you say nothing to warn the wicked not to go his way, the wicked one will die for his sin, but his blood I will demand from your hand. But if you warn the wicked not to go his way, but to turn from it, and he does not turn from his way, he will die for his sin, but you have saved your life. Ezekiel 33, 7 through 9. Here on the channel last night, we proved to you all there's nothing wrong with people admitting they have an electromagnetic body part generated from their DNA that people in SOSA and MOSA and all these places are using to hurt people. And they are. And you can't sit there and point fingers at one office, one division, one religion, one set of CIA, not CIA. No. These are your friends and neighbors, and they are actively, deeply, deeply complicit at all age ranges, etc. Okay? In closing, one last thing besides my closing prayer. Special thank yous to everybody up there and out there and all of you, even you, that knew I wasn't going to stop. No, this is about my family. Thank you for helping my daughter get home, or myself get home alive, and letting my daughter go outside every day, even when she knew she was okay. That's because of you. Thank you. Closing prayer. Gloria in excelsis Deo. Gloria in excelsis Deo, et in terra pax hominibus bonae voluntatis. Laudamus te, benedicimus te, adoramus te, glorificamus te. Gratiam agimus tibi propter magnam gloriam tuam, Domine Deus rex celistis, Deus Pater omnipotens, Domine Filii unigenite Iesu Christi, Domine Deus agnus Dei filius Patri, qui tollis peccata mundi miserere nobis, qui tollis peccata mundi suscipe deprecationem nostrum, qui sedes ad dexteram Patri miserere nobis, quoniam tu solus sanctus, tu solus Dominus, tu solus Altissimus, Iesu Christi, cum Sancto Spirito in gloria Dei Patri, Amen and amen, as Dr. David Carrico would say. Archangel Raphael. I think we all know who I am. Thank you all for your communication. Thank you all for your support. I will be back with smaller versions of things. This is my first run at this. So here on the Synergy channel, the Synergists know I'm here every day trying to make signs and make it easier. I do funny things, but the day and age of accusing me of being inappropriate, crazy, and all these other things, it's over. And this is what I've been told. Anything that you would like to know about me, you call ISTAR directly. Done. For anybody else, they've already been handled by the Department of Homeland Security at the local level. Amen. And to all of you out there, I realize that this is difficult. And as I continue to explain to my synergists, it's not hard to understand. It's just ugly. When I get into the technical side, people struggle. Miyamoto Musashi, everything is difficult at first. Once you realize this is a body part that you should absolutely be able to feel your own skin, and then you realize this technology is not a new technology. This is siphoning red blood cells, reshaping red blood cells, and siphoning minerals and density out of you to power itself at the cyber nano intracellular network. And if it needs a little help from its friends, it has human friends that are busy writing equations, and I quote, "There's like an arms race for these equations." Time to tell the truth. Thank you for your time. May you be blessed. Amen.
All right, everyone. That is Sabrina at the Psinergy channel. She has a Psinergy archive channel on the Odyssey, as well as the Psinergy channel, which is spelled a little bit quirky. So you can always go to the beginning video on my channel, Fangmeistus, the video called You, the Cyborg. I keep the links updated there. She's had to remake her channel 4 different times. Therefore, if it needs to be remade, I will post the updated links in the description box and in the first pinned comment underneath the video, You, the Cyborg, at Fangmeistus channel on YouTube and or on Odyssey. We're going to continue on. We have 2 more short videos to look at, and then we're going to open up to conversation. So if you hold on one moment, please, you'll probably be seeing what I'm doing, which is perfectly fine. She has a lot of content on this channel, which is the Psinergy channel. This one, she pretty much posts every day. She's offering classes for free around the United States of America at this point. Her recent classes are in Ohio and Pennsylvania. You can get with me after the show in the comment section or with me personally under You the Cyborg video, and I will get you the information. But it's all posted on this channel that you're seeing here. All right, Venus, talk for a moment, please. Sorry for a little bit of fumbliness. This is This is our first.
You're doing a great job.
Okay, thank you for the encouragement.
I got your back with the background music.
Get it, DJ.
Yeah, he's been fumbling around as co-host since and we were trying to do it last night, and my internet went out because it's been a constant blizzard here. So yeah, we're getting it together.
All right, the next video is coming up now. It's called The Difference Between Piloerection and Frisson.
This is called piloerection. You notice it's body wide. Can you see? Let me try to make it a little more obvious. Oxygen. You see what I did there? Little kinetic energy, little oxygen. Okay. Piloerection, excuse me. Piloerection is not the same thing as listening to music and then responding. The music is there, but it's very light, it's very subtle. I'm not pulling on the frequency of the music or the charge of anything around me. That is coming from underneath the skin, from the inside of me out, which is why, like I said, okay, initially, can you see it? Not as much, right? Okay. Can you see that? So push my hair follicles down. Roll your shoulders forward. Just knock it into my nice orange calcite here. Okay. Okay, and then I said, can you see it here? Right. Huh? Oxygen, red blood cells. Yeah, body part, body part, body part. And then feel like, why are you so mean about it? There's another component to this. I never wanted to be on the internet. Seriously, I never wanted to be on the internet. We have a new type of warfare in the world. It's called electronic. And for almost 20 years, they have been using this body part with something called biological sensors. The sensors are something called synthetic biology. Most people have never heard of that. They've never heard of it. They have no idea it exists. Why would they? Why would you? Are you aware that that body part I just showed you used to be called the aura? Yeah, probably not. And even if you were, where are you allowed to talk about it? Nowhere. Right. And how do you measure it? A magnetometer, functional MRI. Yeah, we measure the biofield. That's what it's called. It's not an aura. It's not for mood rings. It's 80% of your immune system and 40 to 60% of your endocrine system. It's the electrical homeostasis of every single cell inside of you at every cellular change state. Phase, P-H-A-S-E, and phage, P-H-A-G-E, state of every cell inside your body at the scalar, meaning all the way down to the nano and all the way back up to the whole body, which is the electrical homeostasis of the whole organism, and we're an organism, is the human biofield. Now, the new weaponry of World War III is electromagnetic warfare. And other people know that as, oh, you mean drones? Yeah, I do. I sure do. Yes. Tell me, how do they fire a signal from their little drone body flying in the air into your circulatory system? The same way we use the wireless with the cell phone, set up with biosensors, which are made inside of your body. This is the sign I was just looking for, with something called synthetic biology. And most people are not talking about synthetic biology. Why would they be? They've never heard of it before. They have no idea what you're referring to. So because of this huge learning curve, we have been allowed to get away with manipulating a human body part into submission, total and complete submission. Nobody knows how the systems work. Nobody knows how they're deployed. Nobody understands what's going on because we lied. Back in 2008, synthetic biology and regular biology split off. Where did they split off? Academia. This is a college textbook. Human interactions, emergent technologies, and future systems. Human-machine interface. What have you been told all your life? There's no aura. There's no telepathy. There's no empathy. There's no precognition. If there is, somebody a long fucking time ago studied it and we don't know a damn thing, right? Right? Okay, watch this. Here I go. I'm going to bend down and I'm going to reach for a book. You watching? Okay. Here's a book from Duke University in 1937. It's all about extrasensory perception, logging it, sharing it with other like-minded universities, and making use of the data, which is why you can go right now with your Google fingers to the National Institute of Health and find that the human biofield under physics, history, and research was completely logged in 1924. This is 1937. It's the New Frontiers of the Blind Duke Experiments. And on the extrasensory perception, for example, people love to pretend that it's all foo-foo and weird. They are lying. They're lying because the body is wireless and they all work jobs with neural modulation, the Internet of Bodies, the Internet of Things, massive surveillance and reconnaissance through the human bloodstream. Every neuronal synaptic response is 5,100 bits, and we record that in computers. And we've been doing it first and foremost with the biosensors, which is your synthetic biology. We create the biosensor in vivo in your bloodstream, right there in your invisible, wireless, always talking body part. And then it reacts to heat. That would be thermodynamic. It reacts to kinetic energy. That's how the unicorn wearables, they slap a wearable on their wrist and they control drones with their mind. The kinetic energy that's naturally the piezoelectric response of the human biofield. If you call it what it is and you call it a body part, you're going to end up in trouble because they're just going to look at you and say you're stupid because you're not allowed to talk about it. No one is allowed to say the word. No one's allowed to talk about it because they get paid to control it. How do they do it? Advanced, or rather applied signals, electrical signals. The human biofield transduces electrical signals naturally. That's what it does. But we as humans, we screw up your circadian rhythms with the geophysics and the particle physics using magnetics and electromagnetics and bioelectric xenocode, which is taking computer code and fracking it electrically into your body part. We say nothing except Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, Missile Defense, L3 Harris, Slaughterbots, Raytheon, L3 Harris, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon. So what does all that mean? That means nano-sized drones and dudes with headsets driving Honey, I Shrunk the Kids through your veins and arteries and getting fucking paid to do it. Paid. They are paid. They are paid well. Yeah, they're paid. Have you ever heard anybody working for things like L3 Harris, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, etc., and being poor as a church mouse and having no ability to get a job? Okay. So that's why we have a fuck ton of people who get to talk about the body part, use the body part, harness the body part, walk right through your veins and arteries, do whatever they want, and everyone else in the world gets to just die. What do they call it? Havana syndrome, targeted individuals. That's right. We use the same wireless as the fucking phone. Now, at the Artificial Intelligence Symposium, the first one that our Department of Defense put on September 10th, 2020, they talked all about the artificial intelligence and the MQ-9 Reaper drone with Project Maven on the VHF and VMF here. So I write that down right? Yeah. Contracting tools from the Department of Defense under the Trade Winds umbrella. So we've got vendors out there driving around you. I don't get it. My head's too thick. Like, oh my God, not me. Everybody has an electrical body part. And since 2005, everybody got biosensors. Their DNA analyte derivative. Please Google biosensor. I have on the Synergy Archive channel 20-minute presentations, 3 or 4 of them, in which I Google for you so you can watch me do it. And then you can look it up yourself. It's all open source. What's the problem? You have to admit this is a body part instead of acting like you're 2 years old and going along with the human psyop. The emperor has no clothes, or I should say the emperor has no body part. Nobody has a body part unless you work for the Department of Defense. And they're vendors. And this is an international thing, so you can't blame the DoD. I mean, every country in the world neurally modulates its citizenry. It's called human husbandry. Now, last thing I should probably throw in here. This is a job posting, and if you can't read it and you can't make sense of these 4 paragraphs, then you have no business calling me crazy before you go do that. Go tear these paragraphs apart by looking up words and putting the words back in context. That's a 2nd grade ability, by the way, to read, define words, and put them back into context. 2nd grade in the United States school system. So if you're an adult and you're pretending that you're too stupid to do this and that it's easier to just sit there and point fingers and laugh, you are already dead, just so you know. So if you have children or you have people you take care of, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Why? It's a body part. So let's do it together. 1, 2, and then I'm going to go to the next video and show you Frisson with music so you understand the difference. Where's your body part? Show me your body part right now. Right now. Watch. Little oxygen, right? Elongate. Okay? Now go look up piloerection like I told you to. You'll see that it's rare. It's called parasympathetic nervous system control. You know what else it does? Blocks a puke ray. Silent weapons for quiet war. Yeah? Yeah, they're called weapons. There's a reason they're called weapons. There's frequency, there's amplitude, there's terahertz, there's gigahertz, there's wireless, ubiquitous computing, pervasive computing. And while all of that is happening, our world has been told nothing other than get in line, do what I say. I have 2 children. I myself am a disabled American. And the central digital banking currency was already here in 2009. Most people don't know that. They don't work in computer networking industries, so they don't know. They watch the news, they get told whatever by their friends, maybe. And here we are. It's a new warfare. Nobody said a word to nobody. Do you think the military's been sitting here all this time twiddling their thumbs? Okay, common sense, right? So what are you doing? Still telling people the same stories that they've been telling for 150 years. And if you look back at the last 150 years, do you see a lot of human advancement? No. By all the metrics, we see technological advancement. Technological advancement, while human advancement has went into the trash can. And now it's a 15-minute city. You're going to live in your coffin apartment. And you will power your coffee pot by your own body motion. And people go, no, that's a Black Mirror episode. And I've had to sit here for over a year and explain repeatedly with a college textbook to grown adults who sit there and go, no, it can't be. And the reason they're doing that is because you've been lying about a body part for 150 years while installing the technology around it to siphon the power directly out of the body itself to power your environment. Well, that's sustainable. That's great. That's awesome. We won't be ruining the planet anymore. The people that have put this in place are the same people who stole the resources from our planet. And in case you haven't noticed, they have not been forthright about anything. So until we as humans get responsible for our own selves and our own health, because we can't control other people, but we can make the stand here and go, hey, this is a body part. This is the 6th generation of wireless harnessing the natural body part we have electrically. Why? Because the body's electric. Okay, so what? Why should I care? Because they've already went ahead with synthetic biology back in 2008. Brain-to-brain synthetic telepathy was made commercial in 2014. The deployment of COVID is a digital backbone for synthetic biology, synthetic telepathy, and transhumanism with morphogenesis, life extension, immortality, and regenerative medicine. The deployment of COVID-19 was no accident, and it was in no way, shape, or form unknown, and it will not be charged as a crime against humanity. It will be charged as the greatest gift to humanity for letting everyone become immortal. And due to all the lying from everyone out there about what they're actually doing at work every day with applied signals technology, the military, colleges, and then all the Q movement lying, where everybody kept their mouth shut about the fact that it was a body part. They didn't say anything back in 2013 when they were given special jobs, special money, so they would shut up until we made it to the deployment for the digital backbone. And now we're here. And they lied about everything so that people would just sit real still believing in the 1950s bullshit about JFK and whatever. Well, they just went ahead and went forward lockstep, Rockefeller body part approved, meaning you will take your electroceuticals. It's wireless drugging. Wireless. Oh, that doesn't exist. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Actually, it totally does. Since 2014, in the same set of, there's 2 books here. This is the second one. We have been drugging people wirelessly and testing it. That's your electroceuticals and why.
Hey, Fang, what's up? Did we lose Fang?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
All right, my apologies. I had myself on mute.
Oh, okay.
All right, we have one more short video. It's about 8 minutes or 6 minutes, I can't remember. And it's going to show you the difference between piloerection, which she just showed you, using your own oxygen, breathing through your nose cranially, and some kinetic energy, getting it into your blood and causing piloerection to your pretty much goosebumps. So, and your hair standing on end. And this is part of applying the full armor of God. You will find this in the Holy Bible, Ephesians chapter 6, the armor of God. Not only do your words, as in, for example, we have the girder of truth. Therefore, if you're walking in lies and telling lies, you deactivate your girder of truth. Same with the breastplate of righteousness and with all of the armor of God. If you're not walking in righteousness, then you deactivate your armor. But not only do you do it in your works, in the way that you walk and the things that you say, you also can do it applying the armor of God to a more offensive, defensive, and healing level using the applications that Psinergy channel is showing us and taking control of your sympathetic nervous system. All right, hold on, please. All right. Again, this is the active channel that she posts to pretty much every day. So this is the cutting edge. She breaks down the math to the tech, which they have not made new tech. They have just harnessed your wireless body part given to you by God when you were created.
Frisson, when you're listening to music, it's easier to do piloerection. Shining away. What do you think I can do? Take on any signal. Take control of mine. Ley lines. Mine. Signals intelligence. Radome or not. Mine. And if you need extra power, take it from the music. What do you mean the frequency derivative line machine? Things that you say in life, dissipating. All the things I've got to remember. Say shine away. I'm coming anyway. I don't have a nicer way to explain this to those of you that have decided to play stupid this entire time. I mean, I marvel at the fact that you have left yourselves critically wounded and wide the fuck open with the neural transmission, the datagram transmission, everything in between. The only way that you win is if they have no fucking idea it's a body part and let you in. Full duplex, motherfuckers. Full duplex. And I got news for you. Because of the different changes in the atmosphere, just now I realized I stand next to music, I can pull it right out of the air. I can massage the air the whole way, hear the whole thing. I can feel it all. Damn. I wonder what other people are capable of before they're augmented. Well, I don't have to wonder. I kept track for like 15 years, listening to Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Now I think I understand more why they had what they had around them too. The different people in the Air Force and stuff that my dad, like my mom, they only talked to a handful of people, like maybe 2 or 3. But they always had really powerful magnets. The Sonos over here, she's not that powerful. These speakers back here are, but I can feel it. Just like when I was a kid, through the cable, I can feel the differences in the cable. I can feel the differences to the cable connector. I can feel the differences inside the woofer. I can feel the different metal. I can feel it move. I can hear the different resonance in between the phase states, the subwoofer, just like back in the day, installing the alarms for car stereo inside the door panels and the voltages necessary. Whole fucking thing. Now apply that to the notes and the ley lines like I taught all my friends and your fucking current employees. I'm aware that this is the real reason you're not getting in my way and you're not stopping me and you haven't turned me off the internet. You have your YouTube people and other people go, don't talk to her, like always. Thanks for that, I guess. Thanks for letting me have an opportunity to do something good out of all this on my family side. Maybe it is that simple for some of you out there because you hit bigger buttons.
All right, again, you can see the video where she is on Odyssey here. The human biofield is a DNA-generated body part. She's very easy to find, and again, we'll keep the links. We'll put them in the description box, or you can go to my channel, Fang Meistus, under the video, You the Cyborg, and continue to get updated links as they come in. All of you naysayers coming in, just sit back and learn something. This is put up here for you as well as everyone else. And you really don't need to continue running your whatever you're doing. So discipline yourself or leave on your own. I would like to appreciate everyone coming here this evening. Now we're going to take a small intermission and stretch our legs, and then we're going to have some chatting about everything we're talking about here today. There's a great deal of information that she has presented. It's not only videos that she's presenting to you. There are loads and loads and loads of articles, scientific papers. So all the documentation is there on the Odyssey, and there is so much you can get lost in there for weeks on end. And as I've told you, she is also holding a live classes. She started in the 1st of March, and she's traveling around in certain sectors of the United States at this point to show people how to use their body part, to show you. She also gets into crystals and gems, showing you how the piezoelectricity works with your body part, and also stenography, which is the signals, and lithography, which is pretty much, let's say that you're going to ancient Paleolithic Hebrew. All of those would be considered symbols, even though they're an alphabet. So she gets into all of these things. All right, we're going to take a small break and be back with you very shortly. Thank you, Yahuwah.
If anybody wants to come up on the chat, I have the link. Unfortunately, backstage, you'll have to show me your face because we had someone showing us their weenie the other night. Oh, so yeah. So if anyone wants to come up, there's the link. We're just going to chill for a few minutes and play a little music while we get people up on the chat. Fang, are you here? I'll be letting people up into the chat.
Yes, I'm back.
Okay. We have people who want to come up, and what do you think? They look good. Do you know anybody? We got porn bomb the other night, so.
If they want to, can you show me their names in the chat? I mean, the private chat on StreamYard. It's up to you. And again, I will say this to everyone, even though I did type it into the live chat. Sabrina Wallace is a personal friend of mine off the interwebs, and she was sent by Jesus Christ of Nazareth, aka Yahushua HaMashiach, from Almighty Father's kingdom to get the children ready to enter the crystalline city, which is the New Jerusalem. So this is part of upping your body to prepare yourself for all that's unfolding upon the face of the earth now. And that's going to quicken faster and faster and more intensely as we move forward. It's important to keep in situational awareness about yourself. The best way to start, if you don't understand that this is part of your body part, it's very, very simple. Start by going outside, taking your shoes off, and grounding on the earth. Feel the wind in your face, the sun in your face. Feel everything around you, the trees, the grass, from the bottom of your feet all the way up to the top of your head and every place in between. That's the simplest way to get started with this. And it's a natural, it's just like having an arm or a leg. The only thing is most people aren't even aware of it, but you use it every single day. It's no different than when you feel somebody looking at you. It's exactly the same thing. But what you can do is you can increase your situational awareness in order to heighten your senses. And this is where your soul and your flesh and your spirit are married together as one. And it's going to be very important to entering into the New Jerusalem.
Oh, welcome,
everyone.
Welcome, chat. Welcome, chat. I'm Venus Cupcake. Hi there.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, ladies.
I don't know anything, so I just came to say hi and to ask some questions. But I was late on your presentation, and but I did invite some friends over, and I just said, what do you think? And so my friend is watching me. She was into Reiki, and now she's a Christian. I've been a Christian 27 years. I was a former pagan, and I forsook a lot of the new agey uh, holistic remedies for a long time, just for fear of being associated with new agey stuff. Because where I live, that's the only place I could get anything, medicinally. So, that's where that's at. But I do know that the Pentagon puts stones around their department. There's stones in the Bible. They wore the ephods. I know there are things to our stones and rocks and crystals.
Correct.
I know you're not worshiping them.
No.
I know some of them are EMF deflective. I mean, I know very little, but I know some things. And that's all I'm going to say, because I don't want to hug Danny or Donnie. What's your name? I'm Dee.
Danny.
Danny. Yeah, duh. Yeah. I'm a duh, Dee. I'm Dee the duh sometimes. So, and I get talking too much, so I yield my time.
Oh, I just came to listen.
Yeah.
I don't have much to say. I'm listen and learn.
All right. If you're not speaking, we do ask you to mute, just because it doesn't pick up the extra sounds behind you, and it makes the stream much more smooth.
Okay.
We've been doing it all evening.
Ooh.
Again, like Miss D was just saying, this is not about worshiping rocks, worshiping anything but Yahuwah, who is the Most High, period. There is no higher authority. But he does have a King of Kings and Lord of Lords that he has appointed, Heavenly Father, to rule over all spirits, be it of the evil or of the good. And everybody needs to start understanding this. And I'm always telling people to look through everything that you see and you experience until your eyes meet the flames of the eyes of Yeshua HaMashiach, who is Jesus Christ of Nazareth. So just like everything, it doesn't matter if it's a cloud in the sky or a tree or anything around you, all is living. Everything is filled with spirits, and creatures is what they're called by Heavenly Father. He made all creatures. Just because it looks scary doesn't mean it's not of the light side. Okay, and this is very important to discern and to understand. And your biofield, activating your biofield more and more, will help your discernment greatly. Now, as you're doing this, most of us employ prayer. Prayer is nothing more than conversation with the Most High in spirit to spirit format. That is all it is. If you don't like the words I'm using, then I'm not just going to speak the way I speak, and that's it. Just flip it into the words that you enjoy yourself. And if you do study the armor of God, the ephod, and the breastplate of righteousness, there are 12 stones, gemstones, crystals on a copper plate. So we're using gold and metals and silver and onyx stones. And there's also what is also called and you can investigate this on your own. We may do more covering in that as time allows and things unfold. But there is also something called the Urim and the Thummim. And these are the two. One is a white stone. It's a white crystal. It's a white onyx stone. The other one's a black onyx stone. Now, these two were used to charge the ephod, the breastplate of righteousness, to keep the crystals charged. And when we're speaking on this, we're not coming from any new age or anything of that nature. We're coming strictly from the armor of God perspective. And all of life has a biofield. It doesn't matter if it's a deer, a squirrel, a plant, a rock, it doesn't matter. And this is that symbiosis relationship that all of life has. And what has ended up happening is the tech has come out and it's pretty much captured your body part, all of life's body part. So it's not only mankind, the human race, or any races going down, they're taking down all of life, animals, the works. So this is important to understand as well. I yield the floor.
Hey guys, any of my regulars want to come up, guys? You could come up, feel free.
And if you're in chat and you have a question, please just type it out and we'll see if we can get some answers.
I have a couple things I'd like to add that I do know from personal experience, if I could just take a minute or two.
Yeah, feel free. You don't have to rush.
So I had a neighbor. She was a tenant, actually, and she had an autistic child. And they were next door in a 2-story house. And we lived in next door in a 1-story house, right? And she was the first person that ever told me or made me realize the idea that the technology could be interfering with our bodies physically, right? And she was also convinced that her child had been injured from, these kind of things, right? And that wasn't the first time I had heard that, but she was convinced, and she had said to me that her magnetic aura, this is how she had put it, and that technology would get in the way of it. And I also have experienced it a lot, where when I would be out and about in town around computers ringing up, or at the bank, or working on my own computer, my computer, because of my magnetic aura or whatever, we'll just call it stress level, okay, would throw this stuff. And cashiers would say the same thing often. I've never seen this happen before. Not kidding. And my husband didn't even believe me till it started happening. So I do believe and know and have seen, and I definitely take people's testimonies into account very seriously, and also presentations like that. I caught the tail end of it, so I'm going to have to rewatch this. But Venus, you and I were on a panel the other night somewhere. Do you remember?
I'm not sure.
We were on a panel somewhere. It was a small room. I can't remember where we were, but
Really? At 10 TV?
yeah, was it in the daytime on Tin's show?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have a channel.
Yes. Yeah.
I asked you for your channel name in the private chat, but you didn't see me.
Oh, I'm
It was
sorry.
interesting. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was interesting.
I'm all over the place, but the Stand Up Humboldt .news is a good place that people can find me on Twitch there. Whenever I'm live, it's on there. But I'm a bad promoter too. Very, very poor. I suck, actually. But I am a believer. My husband and I have believed in the invisible principles of God. And I've also seen Christians be wrong about a lot of things. And, I understand the path to a most peaceable life is a lot of these things. We want to avoid things, but I yield. I've shared enough to probably build on, right? Little bit.
Cool.
All right. I'd like to say something. We want to make sure that on the Psinergy channel, all are welcome. This is about your body part. It's not about, just as Sabrina has said previously, it's not about your religion or lack thereof or spirituality or anything of that nature. It's about becoming acquainted with your own self. And so, but there are a lot of Christians actually on the channel. So if you're not of that faith, please do not be detoured at all, because all are welcome.
Good.
I yield the floor.
Yeah, I'm kind of a Buddhist, but a Buddhist who has a relationship with Yahuwah and a dragon, a metaphysical dragon. So I guess I've never met anyone who has the same path as I. Most likely anyone who's on a path, we all have our own. None of us are on the same one.
Nope, that's for sure. So, but it sounds like Fang Mistas is very much a Christian.
Yes, I'm a spiritual. I learn from the Holy Spirit. I kind of do things backwards, but it's not actually backwards. It's the way we're supposed to do things. I learn everything from the Holy Spirit first, and then I go delving into the scriptures, be it the Holy Bible or whatever ancient text that Father in heaven leads me to. So he uses all things, and a lot of things you will be learning through your life path is if you know the dark path and you know how their kingdom hierarchy is set up, it's nothing but a mirror of the light path, which is, so pretty much we have the kinsman redeemer and we have the accuser is the way I kind of look at it. But Heavenly Father is over everything. And that's just how it is. Whatever the name is, you call him. And I love him very much. And a lot of people think it's a female. Whatever it is to you, that is your business. That is your personal walk with the Almighty Creator of all things. And you are a portion of this entity, like all creation is a portion thereof, all through the universe. Therefore, we're to stay in our own lane. We're not teachers here. At least I'm not. I just share experiences, but I do have a vast experience in working from the throne of God now. You don't have to wait to die to be in the kingdom of God, to work in his kingdom from his throne, to transverse, and people will, I get called all sorts of names for saying what I'm about to say, but you can, with his permission, come before the white throne and work directly for him. He will call you up and raise you up. And this means crossing the firmament. And that is a soul spirit connection. We simultaneously walk the face of the earth, the heavenly kingdom, and the underworld simultaneously. Whether you know it or not, you are the ultimate realm walkers. And that is how it is. That is how you're made. And the more you get in touch with yourself, the more that you learn the Almighty Creator, he will raise you up in your purpose for being created in the first place, which also goes hand in hand with why you were sent to earth in the first place. Some people fell. Some people were sent. Take people's word for what they say. This is something Heavenly Father has taught me, that people are going to speak to you differently using different words, but listen closely to what they say and hear what they say, and they mean what they say. If they give you a title, respect that title. However they present themselves to you, be mature enough to receive it. And if you don't understand the way they're using their words, I'm sure people will friendly and positively, if you ask a question, answer them for you. I yield the floor.
Yeah, are you the leader of this group? Because I would just.
We don't have a leader, no. We're just individuals hanging out.
Are you on the defense about something? Because you sound a little like
I'm not on any kind of fence. No.
You, Faye.
No, I know myself. So
no, I'm just
I'm asking if you guys, like, I stream. I'm on the defense sometimes and I rant. So
no, we're not defensive at all. No.
Oh,
I'm not defensive at all. I'm just a very matter of fact. I'm kind of, this is my business tone, sort of. Like if I'm conducting business.
What's the saying?
This is just me. I'm a very matter of fact person. I'm very blunt and to the point. There's no ever reason to read between the lines with me. This is just how I am. It's just how I am.
That's how I am too. Just a couple times I just sensed you were saying, like, if you don't like it and this is the way I'm talking, I'm like, okay.
Well,
I don't know if I said something already that pissed someone off.
No, it's not like that at all.
I'm not the
Okay.
biggest wordsmith either. Okay, I'll go ahead and admit it. I'm not the most, I'm just
me
talking,
neither.
and I'll chill out. I got a little bit nervous doing the live stream
No,
there. So.
I just was wondering if it's been a lot of people get attacked at the same time in YouTube.
Oh,
And
trust me, I
the
know
last-
I'm under
The
attack
last
now.
couple of weeks, a lot of people have been really attacked. So I come in peace, you know.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry to upset you.
That's okay. No, I'm not saying I was even offended. I'm just wondering if you guys were, because
No,
probably
that's just me. You'll get used to me.
People my friend did come in and go, "Are you on acid or are you serious?" I mean, that is an offending question. I'd probably be a little defensive if someone come in my stream and said that. I'd be like, "Hey, fuck you." That
Yeah,
might
we're
be
not on we're not on acid whatsoever.
no. So can you go into what you mean about this body part a little bit? Because I missed that part. I saw the dance. I saw some presentations. I know a little bit about biometrics, not a lot. I don't know a lot, but if you were to, condense it down and just give me the gist, it can't be too secretive because that's when I know it can't be the truth. The
It's
truth
not
is written in
secretive.
all
It's
of
an
our hearts.
open. I'm
The
sorry.
truth is written. Yeah. Go ahead. I yield. Sorry.
Yeah, it's an open secret is the way that Sabrina described it, which is most what everybody's describing. And all that means is there's loads of documentation. There's loads of information on the biofield, which your aura is also a part thereof, but it's also your circulatory system. And I'm not a professional on this. This is why I sent you to Psinergy channel. She has lived it. She does it. She's been doing this since she was a small child. She's lived through 3 neutrino bomb attacks where your body wants to explode into dust, and she has pulled herself back to. So, but she has a vast history. You're going to have to go to her channel and start digging in to learn her better. Of course, if you need any guidance, obviously just find me somewhere. I can be found. But the biofield is pretty much.
The grounding, is that it then? Just making
that's a good way to start. Like if
Mhm.
people don't understand they even have a body,
Right.
a body.
lot of people don't know about earthing, and I yield. Sorry.
Yeah. So the best way, like when people come to me and they're asking me about, well, I don't understand. I was like, well, just take your shoes off, go outside and ground to earth. And you can start feeling Earth's Schumann resonance, all the frequencies coming off of all of life around you. Just tune into it. Tune into the butterflies, tune into the raindrops, tune into whatever is going on around you in the moment. If you're walking in snow, tune into all of it. Start out doing it 5 minutes a day. Grow up and do 10 minutes a day next week. Get up to about 20 minutes a day and you'll start just feeling a massive change in the way that your body reacts to everything and your situational awareness, your cuteness of all things around you. I don't want to get too weird because I can very quickly. But
I like weird. It's okay. I'm in the right place for weird.
Yeah, you're in the right place for weird. What people would call weird.
Just those 7 Spalding knows. This is my chill, just so you know.
Yeah, this is kind of my chill. Over there, I do get more jovial.
I like your style. I was just curious. Like I said, I was being
ma'am.
honest and authentic, and that's how I am.
Well, what we're going to end up doing is hopefully we'll be doing these often, maybe once a week or something. Venus and I have not discussed it much, but we're trying to put it together in some sort of format where people can understand it a little bit better and to understand what your telemetry system is, which is I call your love flames from the Heavenly Father, the rainbow inside of your body. And I always have a couple of more flames going on than other people as well. I incorporate the alpha flame and the omega flame into my fullness thereof. And but even the Hopi prophecies, the rainbow warriors, that's what we're talking about here. Activating your full rainbow, which is your photonic light system inside of your body. Is it the sun that gives us light, or is it the light of the Holy Spirit that gives us light? You see, so we're shifting from more of an earthly bound terrestrial creature into more of our celestial being creature, which is more of the 12D. So that's how the growth is going and going. Now, a lot of people talk about the ascension symptoms and all this kind of stuff. I hate to tell you, but a lot of it is due to the electromagnetic warfare over people. And if you're more sensitive to the electromagnetic
Could you repeat
warfare,
that?
I mean,
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry, what you just said.
Come on.
okay. I can't remember what I'm just going in the flow, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's it.
More people, a lot of people, if you are more sensitive to the electronics around you, that means your situational awareness is more keen. That means your biofield is already in tune, but you can make it greater and greater and greater and greater.
Yeah, I could
You know,
dance
there's
with that chick and get the goosebumps. I
Yeah.
could have totally got right into the I just always called that the beat. They got the beat,
Yeah.
you know. I've been to 50 Grateful Dead shows and done a lot of acid, but that's what it took for me to get to that.
I have a question.
Danny would like to say something. You got the floor, Danny.
Okay, great. When I was younger, I was at work and I was in the bathroom using the restroom. It was a one stall bathroom, concrete walls around me, and I kept feeling like somebody was watching me. Like every time I would go in there, and about a week later, they caught this new employee. He had drilled a hole in the wall and he was watching girls go to the bathroom. And like I felt that these thoughts went through my mind. Somebody's watching me, and then I'm like, no, you're crazy. That's impossible. Is that your biofield feeling
I
that?
got all the feels from the story. I'm all creeped out just from the story.
Well, I mean, I'm like, how would I know that? Would it be your biofield like sensing that, or?
Well,
When you sense someone staring at you and you turn and look, you know what I mean? Like when you were in class.
Or you feel like you're being watched?
well, you know, the chakras that run up and down your spine, when they're activated, you could feel all around yourself through the different senses that you have that most people don't use. So that's where the awareness comes from. You know, you like your stomach, your
Venus, you're cutting out.
or you know that someone's not a good person or something's off. Where does that come from? It comes from your gut.
Yes.
And that's like green.
Okay.
And Danny, yes, that is a portion of your biofield activating. When you can feel somebody staring at you, you can feel that is absolutely, it's like your radar system. So it's throwing out much further than you. It usually is about 6 feet around you, but you can make that grow and extend, and you can bring it in closer to your body, all sorts of things. And learning to manipulate this for your own well-being is a beautiful thing. Because when the goosebumps that you were seeing Sabrina get up on her arms and her hair follicles standing on end, this is equivalent to the Holy Spirit at 1,748 hertz per cell. And every cell of your body spinning. Right. And this will block and shunt. I mean, she teaches you how to block, shunt, and also when you're in that oscillatory of the Holy Spirit and moving in kinetic energy with your bloodstream, which is your soul connection as well, then you're creating your own stem cells. All this stem cell surgery they want to give people for $3,000 a pop, $300,000 a pop, and they're using aborted fetuses to do this, then you can create your own stem cells. You don't need all this, and it's for free, and it's very beneficial.
That's my friend, Wellness Patriot. I shared you out on my channel and actually texted your channel to a few of my friends personally and said, hey, check this out. Tell me what you think. Wellness Patriot, she's in Humboldt County with me. She's a badass fighter. We've been in the freedom fight for 3 years, trying to protect the kids, and usually that's our jam.
Cool. I'm a Californian myself. I'm living on the east side of the Sierra right now. I lived in Berkeley for 20 years. I also lived in Big Sur at the same time. So yeah,
Berkeley.
Yeah,
I've been in Berkeley.
I also have been to a million. I also have been to a million Grateful Dead shows too.
So you're not the girl that was in the video.
In what video? Oh no.
Okay, when I came in, I actually thought, because I haven't seen your face, that you were, at first I was like, okay, is she wearing a shirt? And that's when I sent my friend Jenny. I'm like, you think she's wearing a shirt? What's going on here? You know?
Okay, in the second video and the third video, no, she was not wearing a shirt.
Right,
She was showing,
I got that. Right.
yeah, she was showing you her piloerection,
Not
and
me.
this is correct. Correct.
Hi.
So
Hi.
what your biofield pretty much consists of is about X amount of inches off of your physical body is your physical biofield. And then you have an emotional layer above that. And above that is your mental layer. And then above that is your spiritual layer.
Right.
So that's in a nutshell. And as we go on through doing this, we'll go ahead and unpack all of that as we go. We were just trying to figure out somewhere to start. And this was some of the best way to start, to show you what the tech is doing, what they're doing with the tech. Now, you got to understand, this is your fellow man and woman, and these are the people around you doing this. 3/4 of our population are going to jobs every day doing this, whether they're consciously aware of it or not.
Yeah, this reminds me of a study I did a long time ago by Chuck and Nancy Missler, Be Transformed, because he was showing the temple, and you mentioned Boaz and what was the name of the other one? I used to know them both. And they are the two things that you mentioned at the temple.
Joaquin and
I'm
Boaz.
sorry?
I think it's Joaquin and Boaz.
I think you're right. JAIC, right, or N, something like that. Yes, and that whole study, I've got that whole study. I know that temple layout, what that was symbolic of entering into the Holy Holies, who could only enter in, all that laid out by Missler. You ladies probably, you know Chuck Missler at all? Have you ever heard of Chuck Missler?
Yes.
No, I haven't.
That's what the way you're, because you're mentioning the Boaz and the Jachin and the temple. I can follow what you're, how you're talking. And, but like I said, I've just, I don't know anymore. Anything. I'm just open. I'm very open, but I'll be very honest about, and I try to keep it to my experience.
Correct. And that's what I do. I'm not a teacher. I don't proclaim to be a teacher, but I can go off my own experiences.
I'm a servant.
There you go.
So
let's clear up something as far as we're watching these people on different platforms, because they're not really postable on YouTube, where everybody's getting that right hand rotation and they start spinning and then they drop dead and they look like they're being, going into convulsions. Have y'all seen any of those kind of videos? There's lots of them out there on BitChute or Brighteon or other platforms.
When they die, when they unalive. And then
when they go ahead and they're taken out to lunch.
Yes,
that's right. So when that occurs, this is part of this that we've been describing all night long. It attacks your vagal nerve. And these people are going a right hand rotation. It happens every time like that. I've seen it done in animals. We're watching all these animals go into right hand rotations. I've seen a lion in the wild all by itself. Big old fat healthy lion.
I have that one. Yep, on BitChute.
Yeah, that's an amazing video.
Welcome,
and and so that's the system being I'm trying to
eat.
Anyway, that's somebody pushing buttons. There's an app for that. Pushing buttons. Yeah, they've made an app for that. It's scary.
Is there a man on the panel? I see a man on the panel. Is that
yes, that's Mad Cat. That's our friend Mad Cat.
How are you doing?
Can
you hear me?
Yes.
Nice to see you. Nice to meet you.
Good to see you, Mad Cat.
Fang, love you.
Love you too, man.
Love you, Venus. Love you all.
Love you,
I love all us real peeps out here, man. This world is pretty messed up, man. Get on.
Yeah. It is messed up. It's good to be with y'all and just to talk about what we know and be honest about it and I'm open-minded. I have my deal breakers, things I know in my core, but I'm open-minded to what things have been hidden. I get mad when I don't know the whole truth.
Great. Yeah.
I want to know the whole truth.
Oh yeah, I'm sure everybody does.
No, not everybody wants to go to heaven. That's what my friend Louis says. Everybody wants to go to heaven, and he's using that when we're talking about doing different things. You know, it's
yeah. Oh, everybody's got their own little beliefs and ideas. You know, it's what they go through in life leads them to where they are. So, you know, I mean, I grew up in a around the metal world type of thing, you know, a lot of headbangers and a lot of the musicians we listen to, they're like anti-church and all this stuff, right? But a lot of people didn't understand that they weren't talking about like actual, like true life, you know, people who believed in God or anything like that. They're against like the mega churches and what they're pushing on television all the time.
Welcome,
like what they did with like what they did with the PMRC with Al Gore's wife there at the time. Back in the day.
Seven.
And that was the kind of stuff they were against. You know, a lot of people, you know, everybody looked at metalheads back in the day like, oh, we're all a bunch of Satanists and all this and that. And it's like, man, you people don't have a freaking clue, you know? It was like we're just like you. We're just sick of the shit, you know. Everybody's sick of the shit. And now it's coming to a head. So, you know, it's all good.
I'm a punk rocker, metalhead myself.
Hey,
so.
Seven, how you doing, buddy?
Hey,
Can I say something about heavy metal? Dude, look, let me tell you something. First off, it's an honor to be here. And I'm so blessed because like people have told me to kind of chill out, man, and just be part of the chat. Don't be the chat, you know? So I'm going to chill really. And no, seriously. But look, Metallica put out a video years ago on MTV about red balloons being released. And during the fake eclipse in 2017, at what Fang and some of us believe might have been the beginning of something very strange, like over 50, I think 99 red balloons were released with bacteria in them that NASA was going to release to study the effects of an eclipse on bacteria. I mean, it just sounds so Muppets to me. But like heavy metal, if you listen to it, and I used to only listen to reggae music, but man, I started listening to heavy metal. And if you listen to the lyrics, there's so much truth in it. And they spit it out like loud, like, and I'm like, oh my God. But if you listen to it, it's some of the most beautiful music in the world. So I'm glad to be here with some heavy metal heads tonight. And I'd love to hear what you guys have to say.
I was actually in a heavy metal band. I was a singer in a heavy metal band for like 7 years.
Yeah. Venus is right in there. She's all about metal. Just another thing. Just Me there said hi. I'm saying hi back to Just Me. Hello to everybody out there. Cool. Nice to see you all.
I have to get someone else is down there. Just give me a minute. This stupid thing. My computer. Oh, there it is. Oh, there you go. The Goblin is here.
Hey,
Goblin.
What's going on?
Good to see you, buddy.
Gobbles.
I got one of those streaming lights, so I was trying to get it figured out.
It looks good.
Thank you.
This camera thingy. Is that better? All right. Cool.
Mad Cat's used to sitting in the dark like me.
Oh, like
red balloons.
I noticed a few people in the chat there talking about sensitive to electricity and stuff. I'm like that with certain lights, so I could feel it. When it's like the light turns on, it's like.
Well, if that's the case, I'm gonna shut this off. I don't want to trance you, bro.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Well, I mean, Venus and everybody You know, I think that the intro to this video was pretty significant. I mean, it was pretty important. I don't even need to take notes because I'm ultra sensitive to everything that the entire video right now was about. And quite honestly, I don't like, I'm here for the fellowship. I feel so alone. It's so weird. Like 3 or 4 people have called me today on the phone, not even Nibiru people or Skywatchers, just normal people. And they're like, dude, I feel so isolated and alone. The weather is so horrible. I don't know what to do. Prices are going up. I feel so isolated. And I was like, well, I know what to do tonight. Go to Venus's channel. But I also believe in a focus. And I watched every minute of the beginning of this video. Every minute. It was over an hour, I believe. And you know, to be experiencing this right now, and to be so real with it, humbles me to the point where I'm just glad to be here, and I'll shut up and listen to everybody tonight. But at times I'll pop in, and I hope that Venus pops in, because she's Venus and Fang are 2 of the smartest people that I know. And Sky is the most loving person I know. So I'm just here to listen.
No,
Aw, Seven, I love you too.
He's right, though. He's got a good point with what he was saying, though, because a lot of people that are maybe not on the same path, but close to a common path, a lot of us are isolated lately. I didn't want to, you know.
Seems that way. Seems like everybody here is just, you know, the outside world. It's like, my town is dead as freaking hell, man. Like, no one's around anymore. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of people kind of relate to that. So, yeah, it is, eh? No, it's beautiful here. I love it. I mean, and these guys were talking earlier about attacks and all that stuff from other YouTubers and all that stuff. We've all of us here have been through it, like just recently. So, I mean, we're no strangers. So I'm kind of new to all this myself. So, but after that incident there, yeah, right. So it's like, yeah, you kind of, I laughed at it. Personally, I laughed at it. But when I watch these guys and how you're affected by it, at the same time pisses me off. And you know, if I had the right tools, I'd get some revenge for you. But I ain't got them kind of tools on this stupid thing, so I don't know how to work it. And
you're a little bit robotic.
Yeah.
Mad Cat.
What's that?
Your voice started cracking in and out. If you see Seven holding his head, that means you're cracking in and out. That hurts.
Well, he's up north. Remember, Fang?
I think it's his connection. I think it's his connection. Like, you might want to.
Well, it seems like Venus was booted, so. It's okay. I'm still here. But if you're not speaking, let's go ahead and mute. Let's mute.
I gotta get going, you guys. But it was a real pleasure, and I want to thank you guys for having me up. Goblin, nice meeting you all. Danny, Matthew, Seven.
Love you.
Great meeting you.
And thank you for having me, Venus. It was fun. I had fun on the panel the other day with you and Tin, but I'll see you around.
Don't be a stranger, dude. Don't be a stranger.
Thank you for coming.
I won't be a stranger. I'm not shy at all.
Cool.
Okay, I'll see you later. Bye.
You're much welcome. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. I did feel welcome. Thank you very much. Bye-bye, you guys.
No, is my voice still cracking?
Yes.
Okay, I'll
wait a second. Let me do something first.
Okay.
Let me try something first. Okay, so let's see now. Is it better?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
That sounds a lot better. There you go.
Better.
All right, cool.
I did want to say it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Seven. I seen you around in the chats, you know, and for the new faces, nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's a blessing. I mean, I'm so glad to be here. I'm sorry that I'm so sensitive to everything that. Well, but I don't have to say sorry anymore. I mean, this video tonight validates everything that I'm so embarrassed to talk about, but is so real. And being ultra sensitive, um, it's a blessing and a curse, but I'm sticking it out. I mean, I'm really here. Like, I love this video right now. I'm so glad to be with family.
Right on.
It is an honor. It really is an honor.
And
I like
that's
your.
exactly what it is too. It's family.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it feels like family.
well, if I can say something, you know, I've been questioning whether I should talk about this, but I think I should. You know, I've done a couple of bits, and life these days,
Bring it to me, brother. I have too. I'm listening.
my ninja, you know, life these days in my little apartment, after what I've been through with gentrification, being poisoned out of my apartment, now we're being poisoned out of our neighborhoods and out of our states. Um, um, you know, I feel like I'm in a little prison living off a commissary because things are getting so much more expensive. I feel like I'm set upon, and you got to keep an eye out and have eyes in the back of your head. You know, the system is making you feel like that, not necessarily, and your family's making you feel like that. And I'll be able to speak a little bit and then kind of be quiet because I'm just enjoying the chat. But um, uh, you know, you got to kind of like really be focused on how cold-blooded people are getting these days.
Yeah.
And then it starts to make you a little cold-blooded. And again, earthquakes, wars, the economy, the government, how much blah 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 blah, people on the streets, people in your own family. But we seem to maintain a certain peace and a certain love, and there is therein a greatness and a calm and an innocence, and it seems to be under attack. Something that you and I have always had seems to almost be cracking, almost like we're in jail, and it feels that way. And I'm telling you, it's giving me a different perspective these days. It's making me want to listen to you all more. It's making me more humble. It's making me kind of like eat sardines a bit more. It's making me consider how blessed I am to have a job, to sleep, and it's funny because I'm starting to feel like a monk more than a man.
Well, as long as you're raising your spiritual self, that's what's important here.
I think I resonate with what he's saying though. I think what he's saying he's more thankful for his commissary out here in the real world, right? Or just satisfied with the simple things in life. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, carry on, please.
Well, I mean, I get that. Like when we're locked back there, it's like, oh, well, the least you could do is drop a couple dollars on my books, and it's like out here, well, it's like if I don't have enough to eat good today, well, then I'm gonna hit that dollar store and I'm gonna eat those noodles and I'm gonna be thankful for it. Out here, I get that.
See, but that's what I'm saying though. Like, I haven't done any long ass bits or been to prison or anything. I've just done a couple of times. But what I'm saying is that the real world is starting to feel more like jail every day. It is standing in line, checking your shit, you know, just clicking in at work, you know, feeling like a robot. And what I love about being in places like this with people like you is that we're so free-minded that we're still getting the sky, we're still praying. We got Fang here, we got Venus, we got you You know, it's cool that you shared a little bit. Yeah, we both done little bits. That's kind
We
of
got
tight
legends in here.
that
We
we could
are the
share about
celebrities.
that, homie. Hey, I thought,
Absolutely.
we
Yeah.
can lift it up a little bit, man.
Yeah.
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 We are the celebrities and stars. They've tricked us out of our position. Just like if you want to look at it from a lawful way, for instance, we're actually the creditors. We're not the debtors. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, we're inspirational people. You know, we don't give up. And right now, no, we're not doing bits. Like we're living legit right now, which is kind of cool. You know, look, I did some research today on my way to work. There are people who are working for the internet companies for YouTube that scan everybody's YouTube requests all day. They get paid $15 an hour, and they're limited to under 30 hours a week so that they cannot get health insurance. I mean, we think we got it bad, but see, that's a matter of perspective. You know, many of us are skilled badasses at what we do. We get paid a little bit better than your average fool. While there are people working for big tech companies that are all being taken over by AI fucking computers that are taking their jobs, people are being laid off by the tens and 20s and 30s of thousands in big companies, while people like us kind of bemoan our little lives. Whatever, man, we're survivors. And the fact that we're doing
Seven,
that.
did you wanna inform the kingdom what a bit is?
Yeah, I'll tell people what a bit is, because I was told what a bit is with some 6'3" tall, about 5 of them brothers standing around me, standing, like having me stand up straight when I first got there. And they were like, look, little punk, you're crying about 90 days. That's a bit. Like, some people are doing time. Some people are here to wait 8 months to go upstate to a federal penitentiary.
Some people ain't never coming home.
Exactly. They told me, if we hear you cry again, you're not going to make another noise.
Right.
And that's a bit, is when you're doing.
Because that's the whole thing about time. Is what I love about time is you can simplify it because it's a small area, and you ain't gotta like these people, but you're gonna respect each other and you're gonna get along. I
got along with them, but what I'm saying now, and I don't want to bogart the whole video and stuff, but I'm telling you, when the wintertime comes, it's still freezing outside. I mean, I can't believe it. Look, one of my biggest sorrows of my life, one of the reasons why I listen to videos at night of the wind, is because it's March. It should be beautiful here in Cincinnati, Ohio, but it's still winter. It's still freezing cold. The weather is still fake. It's been gray and rainy and cloudy for weeks on end. And you know, you're locked.
Blizzarding outside.
You're
like,
locked.
You know, all day on and off, like major snowfall, still falling here.
Yeah,
it's crazy. I've never seen so much snow in my life.
You're locked inside, and it begins to wear on your mind. But again, I just think that one of the coolest, especially when I see Venus pop back in, and I see her little pink thing pop when her voice activates it, it just makes me happy. Like, you can't stop my happiness. You know, the devil can't steal my joy. He just can't.
Yeah.
I'm more than a conqueror. And so are you all.
That's a good thing about being balanced, right? I mean, you're able to control that. With me, I still have struggles, but I'm catching myself every day. So I have a conscious it's a conscious thing with me now to keep myself in check type of thing. So like, I mean, there's been points even today where I just felt like snapping, but then I catch myself and I'm like, no, just breathe. You'll be fine. And next thing goes. But yeah, seen this open up and I'm like, I thought my night was just going to be another night. Like, it's going to be up all night and just kind of, I'd be on YouTube just going through videos, just keep myself distracted or whatever. And but it didn't turn out that way. These guys showed up. I was like, hey, cool.
Hey guys, Mad Cat and Goblin, did you guys see the porn bomb the other night?
I didn't see the porn bomb. I remember
I didn't.
It's a porn bomb.
I watched your restream, but and I heard
cut
you
it
guys
out.
talking about
I
it.
edited it out because they were trying to take the channel down. We got porn bombed. I have it in StreamYard still. I edited the porn bomb out. But some guy was on there swinging his wang, this giant wang, and I just cut him off and then deleted the video. That's why we cut off the way we did, so my channel wouldn't go down. Yeah, we got porn bombed.
Venus, let's pray, please. Can we?
Be my guest.
There's two.
Oh my God! Lord, thank you first off for hey, who's dude who did a bit?
I've done a bit once. I had about 4 months.
Oh, okay. All right.
I've been doing this.
No, never mind. No, hold on. Just let me pray. God, thank you for our little short talk. Thank you that it was short. About people who understand that we're so fortunate to not be hurt, to not be sick, to not be locked up, to not be stupid. Thank you that we're free. Thank you that we're focused on maintaining that freedom and our freedom of thought and freedom of speech. And Lord, just protect us from people who have nothing better to do than really putrefy their own minds while we are cleansing ours. Let the cleansing continue. In the name of Yeshua, I pray. Selah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I like
Mad
that
Cat,
too,
you were
because
talking about walking in consciousness, and this is a big part of situational awareness. It's being in the present. Try to keep your mind out of the past or out of the future too far. You want to walk right here, right now.
Great.
And use your precognition, and your telepathy and your empathy and all the other skills of your psionic abilities that increase as you increase your biofield.
Great.
As you strengthen it. So walking in the present is very important to situational awareness.
Thank you. Yeah, I that's why it seems like it's all
the
just
inside
coming
of the
together.
apple. That's our aura, right, Fang, or no?
Say it again.
Like if you cut an apple in half and you look at it, right? It's like straight down and then like this. That's
Yes,
like
the
kind of
magnetic
how
field.
yeah.
Correct. It's your
But what
magnetic
I was trying to say
aurora
earlier with what Seven was saying is, don't let that hold you back, bro. Because a lot of the people that we're supposed to be looking up to, the Father, the Messiah, the original disciples, they all did time. So don't be confused about that.
And also the body part that we're discussing this evening is the same body part that Jesus Christ of Nazareth used himself when he went around healing people.
What is it?
The biofield. Use of your biofield. This is your healing apparatus for your own being and for life around you and other people. So this is part of the gifts of the Spirit. And we're to move more and more into that. Like the scientists tell us that we don't use but 10% of our brain. Well, this is because a lot of our brain is being usurped by this technology we've been discussing all evening, which is hooked in, tied in, lockstep with the artificial intelligence, which is ancient.
Fang, do you know the book, The Celestine Prophecy?
No.
Okay, well, it's a book about the fact that like we siphon colors off of each other. Like for instance, you might be amethyst and amber. I might be a crystal blue or fire red. But we suck energies off of each other. And I think when you're talking about this sphere that we have around ourselves, mine was strong when I began this channel 7 years ago. Now it's depleted. It's sucked dry. I know it is. And
You said celestine amethyst?
and all I'm surviving off of is dread faith. Dread faith.
What's that book called?
That's not how we're supposed to move, Seven. We got to switch we have to keep our perspective. Your perspective is very critical. And if you're having a downside and you're looking like you're looking up instead of, or looking down too much, but your perspective on how you see things is part of jujitsu. Even the good Lord above, his jujitsu is strong. And if your perspective is on a downtrodden moment, embrace it. Don't hold on to it like it's like for dear life or anything, but let it just flow out through you and then move past it.
Okay.
We're going to have to learn to move quickly, because even the Lord told me not long ago that his blessings are going to be coming down upon the people fast. So you need to be able to receive in thanksgiving and take it in quickly and move on, boom, boom, boom. A mile down the road, you're getting more blessed, more blessed, more blessed. It's going to happen like this very fast and very quick. And a lot of people saying time is moving slow and this is moving slow. No, it's not. We're in the quickening. The only thing slow is congruent to being tied down to the train tracks and you see the train headed for you. When you have your life flashing before you day by day like it is with all this trauma that is being set forth in society, then it slows time down because you're in that slow motion phase of like in the car rolling, crashing, boom, boom, boom. That's the moments we're in now. So don't think for a moment we've got all the time in the world. This is part of the delusion, the deception, and it's meant to be this way. So you think you have all the time in the world to get your ducks in a row, but you don't. It is coming quickly. I mean, we already know that the crypto was already signed into law on December 13th of 2022, and they're hoping to have it fully on in the world, in our society. People are saying beginning of July, the end of June. So this is part of the beast system coming into a full head of the full capstone of the AI taking over globally, which it already does. There's databases older than anything underneath the ground, but they're making new ones every day. So the AI is very ancient. Don't let anybody tell you that it's not ancient. They didn't come up with quantum computing. This is ancient.
Yeah.
It's just being reinvented, redone, or just released onto society. It's always been there. And why did they have to go quantum? Because we are quantum beings.
Yeah,
the body part that we've been discussing all evening, this is a quantum. You breathe in a breath. That's quantum. You move quantum every moment of your life, whether you're aware of it or not. And the thing is to become aware of it. Understand how you impact everything around you. When you walk down the road, is everything dying around you as you walk? Or is it lifting up a bit more in life as you walk? This is to the point I'm speaking of, and this is your biofield interacting with all of life around you's biofield in life. Choose life or death this day. And I lay before you blessings or cursings. Choose life. That's from the Almighty Father.
But that's facts. There's nothing new under the sun, you know. You're the one that has to remind me from time to time that we're not advancing, we're actually remembering, because we're moving forward and backwards at the same time. And the now is what matters, right?
Yes, like I said earlier, you're moving simultaneously, and I'm aware of this fact, on the face of the earth, in the heavenly realm, and in the underworld simultaneously, all at one time.
Yep.
And you have to become aware of this fact and synchronize
Chris.
it. The synchronizing of your being is very important. And it's nothing you can really achieve 100% on your own, because you can't go above the firmament without God Creator's approval.
Hey, Chris is in the chat. And,
Well, Chris cannot come up.
no?
That's right. He can stay in the chat, and it's good to see you, Chris.
Yeah, he's in our back room chat, I think. Yep.
He's in the private chat for a reason.
Okay,
I
cool.
don't.
Cool.
Yes,
feel
he's
like
there
it's
for a reason, and it's a administrative reason, and the reason that, you know, our host brought up a bit ago. We're just going to leave it at that. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I feel like
You're-
time is going incredibly fast, and I can't seem to manage my time, especially in the past 2 years. I feel like I'm always chasing my tail. I don't know if it has anything to do with what you're saying, but
Me too.
Absolutely. I can't keep up with myself for her. It's very difficult to keep up with yourself and all the tasking around you. So now you just have to make choices. Are you going to take your focus off of what's important, the eternal treasures, or are you going to get caught back up into the world? Because we're in the point now, you just can't really do both and be good at it.
yeah,
That's just how it is for us that are aware.
there's not enough time in the day for me to finish my tasks and try to keep up on all this. And it's a lot.
It's a great
to
deal.
Just trying to learn things I didn't know that I'm just now finding out.
Well, it's really weird for me because another big channel, his name is Igor Kostoyak, Against the Grain channel. He's got like almost 20,000 subscribers. For years, he and I have both been talking about how grandfather clocks and digital clocks and regular clocks and hand watches, they all, and this was years ago in like 2016, 2017, they all began to switch time. Some would speed up, some would slow down, some would stop. I mean, the clock in my car is 15 minutes faster than it was when I bought it. And it must be digital. It's not like a timed, stopwatch or anything in my car. It's digital. But it seems to be something around people like us, like our what we're talking about, the whole beautiful video tonight. This is such an awesome I mean, I think this is one of the best videos of the last 3 years on YouTube about this entire topic. Because Igor, and he's from like Slovenia or somewhere in Eastern Europe, and his grandfather clocks all stopped and started going backwards, and time has changed. And again, those of us that notice this stuff are the key. The fact that Venus did this video tonight and had that girl on, and the guts that she had to have those notes and to be so specific, this is the key. This is why people like us, even though we're down pressed and we're misunderstood and we're ridiculed and we're pushed aside, it makes no difference, because we are the key to understanding of what's really happening to us. I mean,
That's like,
every time.
that's like the last piece, bro. That's the whole thing.
Speak.
I grasped the whole concept. I always knew there was something wrong with technology. I was birthed into the generation where they were first introducing it to the indoctrination. You know what I mean? Like redirect, all that. But I that's the key. That's what puts it all, that's what makes it all make sense. And then when you start thinking about, you know, the electromagnetic plasma, right? And like MCO and stuff like that. Go ahead.
Well, I remember before cell phones. I remember when we all got everywhere on our bicycles, skateboards, roller skates. I mean, some people, I roller skated once or twice, 3 or 4 miles. Like the world before, and that's why people like us are aware and awake. But there are many young people who are. I've met dozens of them on the Hill. But mainly us people who remember. We remember spring.
Who are they learning from?
Huh?
The younger generations are learning from us. We're all like, go ahead.
Hey, your mic is.
Could everybody stop for a second? Goblin just has to fix his microphone. Is everybody hearing distortion?
Yeah,
Yes.
he keeps cutting out.
Let me just see what I could do on this side for Goblin. Let me see.
Goblin, I think what you have to do, since you have that strobe light looking thing going on, like unmute yourself and then count to 3 or 4 and then start talking.
Unmute yourself so I can fix your mic.
It's just my.
Wait a second.
It's my TV over there is what y'all are seeing, but I got the light so y'all can
Oh, it's
see
better now.
I mean, I could be having a bad connection, you know.
Yeah,
How is it now?
it's totally gone. You can't hear him at all.
That's okay. He has his mic off. Oh, hold on.
He's
left.
relogging.
Come back in, Goblin. Come back in, Goblin.
No, Lulu, he was having an issue. It's great to see you, Brother Matthew. I'll see you at our local Bat Cave station. I love you, man. But yeah, this is your biofield increase. This is part of entering the New Jerusalem and readying and increasing your DNA and the whole, because it's going to come in rather quickly. We're watching it happen now. It helps you transduce the dirty energy, because we are electromagnetic beings. But when it comes at you pulsating, boom, 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 we're fluid beings. We can handle all the fluid energy that you want to give unto us. But when it hits you like boom, 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 these pulsars and this pulsating stuff, it's very dirty. So learning to wield your biofield and to transduce those energies is nothing different than dancing. It takes you back to that Kevin Bacon movie.
Footloose.
Yeah, Footloose. But basically, it's really very simple. And if you do come over to the Psinergy channel at Odyssey, she does show you some moves and things of that nature. Now, you must understand, she is a high-end doer of this. She's been doing it since she was a little tiny baby child, because she had to keep herself alive through going through massive miniature foundation experiments, the whole 9 yards, since the day she was born, pretty much. So she's like the LeBron James thereof of doing this sort of thing. And she also will tell you what you want to do is these sensors that are on you. You have the massive one over your heart, and that is your main radio frequency generator of your body, is your heart. So that's your biggest magnetic point. And then your next one is your bladder. And so in those two areas, they have a massive sink that connects into smaller sinks that go up and down your legs, up and down your arms, around your head, and just pretty much covers you head to toe in these biosensors. Now, these biosensors are made by using the smart dust, the the graphene, all the stuff they're spraying on us. I mean, they're literally spraying fecal matter and blood on us. Everything you can imagine grotesque is happening. And we're still here and we're still alive. But a lot of people aren't. So that we are told to stand and to endure. So you stand and to endure into your best ability until it's your time to leave here. And you don't ever give up. Persistence wins every time. You only lose when you give up. That's it. Never once. You can fall flat on your face every other step you make. That doesn't mean you're losing, because you always get back up. You brush yourself off. There might be some tears running down your face. Don't let any of that stop you. Get up and keep going. Don't give up, because you never know who you're influencing, who is watching you, and who you're inspiring. And this is why we're here in part thereof, to help one another out. I yield the floor.
Well, I'm eating, guys, so I have a mouth.
All right. So, but this body part, it is a body part. It's not some woo-woo. It's not something way out in left field. I remember when I was a kid, I was still in kindergarten or something. Remember when you start learning to write and you got that big, giant, fat pencil that you're trying to learn to use? It's like, why do they give you such a big old pencil for a tiny little hand? I never hardly understood.
Yeah.
But I remember I would be in school and I would reach out for my fat pencil. That thing would go shooting across the room or rolling off my desk onto the floor. So I'm like chasing my pencil down. The closer I got to it, it just kept on rolling. It's no different. And when you're a little child, it's very strong. And hanging out with children and being around other people is very critical. Why do you think they had us being 6 foot apart?
Great.
All of this ties back into your biofield and the testing and the usurping thereof.
Great.
Because about 6 feet is about how far your biofield expands. And that everybody knows it. You know when somebody's all too close to you, when somebody's giving you a hug, how different it feels than if they're standing a few feet away from you versus 6 feet away. It's your radar system pretty much.
Great.
And so you can use this for many, many things. I use it in spiritual warfare continually. It's a huge proponent and ingredient to spiritual warfare. When you're on some people are on the astral plane, some people are on the ether, some people are in the war in heaven already. There are different levels to all of this. Yeah. So no matter which layer you're on, I akin the astral plane more to what all the realms come into, but it's got a massive AI overlay on it.
Bang.
Yes.
You know, last night, the Lord told me, I'm going to tell you something. And usually I always have to take notes because I'll forget something. The Lord told me last night, you're going to remember this, boy. Go to sleep because you got to get up early because you got to do a day shift. But you're going to remember this. COVID has made more money for the system than anything. It was a financial work of genius in so many ways. And the greatest part of the structure of it is that companies stripped down because business stopped and they had a skeleton crew, but then their businesses started up again, and now they're busier than ever because people just want to get out and eat and shop. Like people are just zombified with getting out and eating and shopping while people like us are researching and, staying closer to home. And COVID served a purpose. It made companies realize that they could run their entire operations with a quarter of the staff and keep them under 30 hours a week so that they don't get health insurance.
I agree that health insurance thing has been going on for for decades already, honestly, with them cutting your hours like that. I've experienced that myself, but that was like in 2009, 10, 11. It was happening back then. They would be
Well,
sure not to schedule you. You'd have to have a couple of jobs just to have one job is how it would. And then that's how they ran people. So I think during this time, also, it's going to be important to, hone in your skills. All of us are giving some sort of talents to use. All of us are born with talent, period. So it's important to whatever your talent is, to your natural self, to get familiar with it more and to learn it and to start employing it and using it in your everyday life. And this is what's going to benefit you as we go through and walk through what's unfolding here. Because they're going to obviously get rid of pretty much everybody in the workforce, pretty much. They're already doing it to the programmers, and because they don't, AI is sentient already. To think
yeah,
that AI
yeah.
is not sentient is, dick in your brain.
Well, isn't that interesting that right now, while there's a huge economic crisis, oh my God, I've been researching it and I cannot believe it. And I was referring to it earlier a little bit. High tech people that are working for Google and all these research companies, they make $15 an hour, and they're being kept under the limit for health insurance. All these huge people that work in like these $100,000 jobs are being laid off by AT&T and Google and Microsoft, and it's because everything is being turned over to AI.
Correct. We're into the lockstep moments of global singularity. It's already there, honestly, but they're fine tuning the last moments thereof in
And
whatever
hiding it
way,
from
or at least that's what they're presenting it to us. To think
and
this is 70
yeah,
years away is ridiculous. We're talking about months, people.
yeah,
Months.
yeah.
Much of and this is why they segregate the news. If you really want to know what's going on around the world, you need to not just look at news coming out of the United States of America or wherever you're born and you're sitting. You must dig deep and try to find stuff from India, from Russia, from everywhere across the planet to see what's really happening, because they're closing down the communications between the people quite a bit.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's why Venus trusts me, and that's why Fang likes me, is because I do know about geopolitics. I mean, folks, oh my God, if we only knew how. Here, I'll put it this way. I'll make it really simple. The Prescott Bush family, the Prescott Bush, like George Bush and George Jr. Bush and the Bushes, they were selling metal to the Nazis all through World War II, for railroad trains to tanks. The system of the global military industrial complex is on point. And now we're at the point where none of us know what's going on. None of us. They released the budget report, like for how much money they're going to spend this year, and over half of the budget for the year, the spending of this year of the government is going to go to the military industrial complex, which means that all of our money that we're spending on taxes is going to go into a bunch of secret projects that none of us have. I mean, something is being prepared, and it honestly takes my breath away. It scares me, and it makes me again just have to stop, take a deep breath, reach back into being here with you guys, and consider
they're allowed to know everything about us, but we're not allowed to know anything they're doing.
Right. Like I seen something wrong with the picture for forever. Since I was growing up, I always felt something was wrong, and how everything was kind of being run. Like in school, for an example, you couldn't enhance on your natural skills, your art, your talents, or whatever.
No,
But
no.
they throw you in a class, especially if it's a class you have no use for. Like French, for an example. Yeah, we got French people who live in Canada, but I don't need to learn French because of it. So like, why don't you put me in an art class or something? But they never had it in that day, right? So it was like everything was kind of like combined in whatever one certain class. And you get your English, math, this, that, and the other, and your phys ed and all that stuff. Your typical school curriculums. But even from that day, like I was like, there's so much wrong. You just feel it as you grow and you start seeing things as, personally on my own level. Like I grew up, I got, once I hit my teens, I was a wild child all the way through it. Just wild, out getting drunk, out partying, out doing whatever I could to have fun. Just to escape my inner demons. And as even during that process, I was seeing stuff that was like, well, like there's how everything's run, businesses, why certain people can get ahead and other people's can't. I always knew that it was always like who knows who and who's related to who. Them are usually the ones that are, the ones that are got all the good positions and get all the nice toys and the bonuses and all the credit and all this and that. And then, and if it ain't them, it's close friends, whatever, or someone who really has, extra special skills. Them are the top people. But most cases, like, people that come up from ground up and stuff, most of us don't even count in any business unless it's a small company.
Well, I mean, the funny thing about people like us is that we were always looking up at the sky.
Right.
I mean, like, that's one of the things right now that the devil is trying to use against us is, yeah, a lot of you are fuck ups. Man, what the fuck ever.
Right,
if you got a cell phone on you right now and a car that works and some food and a bed to sleep on and a clean pillow, I'm telling you, boy, I've been meditating on this and I've been praying deeply in the name of Yeshua Mashiach late at night when the shadows think they can come against me. Whatever, man.
Right.
Whatever. You got some food? Yeah. I'll tell you what, life is good right now. We have it better than so many people, so many hundreds of millions,
Yep.
over billions of people right now are just struck by earthquakes. They're happening 1 an hour, like a 7.5. I mean, man, people like us better be, we better be praising and worshipful and thankful right now. I'm telling you.
For sure.
And yeah, things are rough. And I'm glad for this video tonight because I ain't going to lie. I'm scared. I mean, I'm scared. But I'll tell you what, I got faith above the scaredness. Like I got scared, but I got faith, boy. And I'm telling you, man, it's like
Courage. So be strong, everyone. Be courageous. Know that if you do have fear built up, it's only normal, but put it back into the place where it belongs. Walk in the spirit man more. If you feel the fear, that means your flesh is ruling you at the moment. So flip it around and pull your soul spirit connection back up as ruling over as the head.
bang.
Yep.
That's jujitsu. That's a jujitsu move, pretty much. It's a matter of walking in situational awareness. This will pull you out quickly. Be aware, be aware, be aware.
instincts. I've been living off instinct for quite a while, quite a few years, and yeah, so much I resonate off. You know, so many personalities and stuff. It's I don't know how to put it in words, but you see so much stuff going on, and now it's bringing everyone together in a sense where you're seeing a lot of people just wake right up now. And that gives me hope for you know.
I made you a salad. I don't know what you want. Thank you.
I'm hearing a voice.
That's
Yeah.
Venus in the background. Just keep going.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Go out to.
If I could mute her, I would, but I cannot.
Oh,
I don't have that much control.
No, it's not her. It's
But your instincts are vitally important. Do not ever, ever go against
Yeah.
your instincts and
Right,
move
right.
quickly. We're in the time now that you have got to learn, and just like I have to learn, and we all have to learn to move instantaneously. Don't sit there and think about it and debate with yourself over it. No.
Right.
You have that feeling, your biofield sets off, your instincts kick in. Move it, soldier. That's it. You might be feeling something. I mean, come on. We're seeing what's going on in society, and it's crazy talk. But it ain't just talk. All right? And these people are bound and determined. Whoever these people are. To wreck it. More and more, apparently.
Yeah. I mean,
but that's part of their tear it down to build it back up kind of scenario. This is what they do.
They have wrecked it.
They have wrecked it. I agree. And people are looking to, you know, to go back to the days prior to the CV and all this kind of stuff.
The days
Forget
prior,
it, people.
they were blind.
There's no going back. You got to go through the fire. You're not
was-
made to go back.
But the
You're not
thing
made to
is,
stand still. You're made to go through the fire.
Yeah.
what people got to realize, though, is back then it was there. We just didn't see it. We were blind.
Right.
And we have to start looking at ourselves. It's like, why were we so trusting? Why did we just move in lockstep to what these eugenicists were doing? And that's what these people are. They work on a very long-term plan. And it's called eugenics. And that's what these people love, science, and worship it.
They've been doing it for centuries.
Centuries, yeah. Our forefathers went through it as far back as you can think, most likely. And so has this tech. This tech usurping our biofield has done it as well.
They've been doing it for millennia.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you what, I started listening to Sabrina about a month ago, and I was floored. But everything she said checks out. Everything. Like, I was looking up everything, and I'm like, oh my God. She blew my mind. She really did.
Yeah.
But, and you know, actually, I've had a few dreams, like for a couple of nights in a row, I had these dreams that I could see data moving back and forth. Like, it was crazy. I was like, and I mean, I've had a spiritual attack as well. I won't go into that because that was pretty bad, but I've had those before throughout my life. So I just yelled out Jesus and it was gone instantly, and I woke up. But yeah, if you don't watch Sabrina, you need to.
Yeah, definitely.
And again, she doesn't just talk about the biofield, but that is her main focus. But she has great life understanding and truly walking on the edge of so much information that's not funny. Her situational awareness is top notch. And she shares that with us. So benefit off of it. Do your own homework always. Always by 2 to 3 witnesses may all things be established. So never just do one. Get your 2 to 3 witnesses in order. For myself, the Holy Spirit, pretty much verifies what I need to know. And if I'm not taught by the Holy Spirit, then I just put it on the shelf and wait until later until it's applicable information for myself.
Right.
But from my own personal experiences, I've been using my biofield for years, working in the kingdom of heaven. That's how you transverse the realm. The spiritual, the soul, and the flesh. Working symbiotically, but also the soul-flesh connection and then the soul-spirit connection. And this is how you transverse different portions of the realm and the different planes of existence. Sorry. But what's ended up happening is it's called photonics. They've actually usurped our telemetry system, which is the chakra system. And each one of those is akin to a love flame with God in heaven. So if you look at someone and they're putting off a purple blue aura, that is the consciousness of the area of their being that they're walking in mainly. Or if you see somebody with white or green is connected into the heart, and red is a very, instinctual base chakra, which doesn't mean that one's better than the other, but you learn to use these to your advantage and your attributes to the advantage thereof. Like when I push in love to the world, I'm incorporating all of my chakra system, even from the under the ground, which is my black flame, which is the we have the alpha flame, which is above us. This is my own personal. And then the omega flame is beneath us, which I see as the black flame. And then you got the rainbow flame in between. So the red, Roy G. Biv, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. And you can't leave a color out. But there's a whole lot of colors that come off of this basic tree of life, which is our tree of life, which is the rainbow warrior. Learning to activate your full chakra system and you're in the Holy Spirit and wield it properly. Like if I'm pushing love into the world, I'm using all of my chakras, but I'm pulling in heavily into my passion center, which is your orange flame, and hitting it and pushing it out of my heart flame. So I'm integrating different love flames, which are different chakras, into pushing in certain attributes of what I'm trying to accomplish in the spirit world. Because the spirit world controls this world, and this world controls the spirit world. It works in tandem together. The only thing different is the timeline thereof. I mean, what happens in the spirit world might take 5 to 6 months to filtrate here. Might take 1 day. It might take years. It all just depends on how God the Father, the creator of all, wants to release it. But he will honor everything that you do. It might not come to fruition immediately, but be assured when you expect him and you're waiting on the creator of all, it will occur. And this also, unfortunately, happens for the dark side. What does he say? I'd prefer you to be hot or cold, but lukewarm I will spit out of my mouth.
Right.
All the fence sitters are going bye-bye. There is no more fence sitting. Everybody's making their choices now to how they're going to be serving the throne.
Right.
And he's chosen love. So Yahweh is God is love.
See, this is so awesome. And I'm so afraid to speak right now, but like that was so powerful and feminine and honest and true. But I'm on the other side right now. I'm being torn apart by the tumult of my past and all of these energies that the whole video was about earlier. I just have to be really honest about it.
She told you, bro. You're going through the fire. We all are.
They're ripping me apart, But I've got this faith, and I'm back in the astral plane. It's so funny. At night when I go to sleep, like I'll just hear the last wailings of the demons of the world, and I'm able to get back to the astral plane. I've been talking about it for a couple of days now. Everybody knows it. Like Seven's back in the astral plane. So I'm not bemoaning life right now. I'm encouraged, but while I'm awake, is the torment, is the torture, is the constant reminder of an earthquake once every half an hour, or other things, and I'm surviving it. But tonight, you guys would not believe how I can find you in the astral plane at night now. I sleep like a baby, and I kind of and I sleep like a mummy, always with my right hand in a fist over the middle of my chest. It is cool. Nah, man, I'm not coming from a place of fear. What I have to do is eat and continue to take in as many fluids as I can, because for some reason, again, in conjuncture with this video tonight, I think that we're being microwaved and dehydrated. So I'm drinking all kinds of beautiful fluids and praying a lot. At night, I don't even have to listen to like books on audio or anything. I turn everything off and I pray with you guys. I do. With you, not for you, not to you or at you. I pray with you.
Yeah.
I can hear you. I can sense you in the astral plane.
Great. And I can relate to what you're talking about with the attack, the electromagnetic frequency attacks. I believe that's like one of the issues I've been dealing with all day today is, well, for the longest time, my breathing. I'm still having issues with that since that attack we had. And, so I gotta get outside and get some exercise for sure. But today,
You talk about that one the same time as you and Fang, that last one?
That's right.
Yeah.
That one dropped me for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
It was not pretty.
Yeah.
And it put Mad Cat in the hospital.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
It was not good. It was not good at all.
No. And it's really funny that you guys are bringing this up, because I've been trolled so much, and even by some of my fellow channels, like Seven, you're too extreme. You talk about scary stuff. We all want to talk about happy things, like, well, what the fuck, happy shit, Fuck.
They tore me down the same night that happened to them.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, this is quantum. We're here.
Well, they're channels that make money. They're trying to make money, and I don't blame them. I'm not going to say anything else about it because they're probably watching. But
yeah, we're not gonna mention any names, please, of these channels.
Right. But people like us that are around all these train derailments and chocolate factories that are exploding and chemical plants.
That's why I was asking you in the private chat earlier how your water was where you're at, because you're pretty close to that episode there.
Folks,
I was just curious.
Folks, you cannot believe how so many people in Cincinnati are like, I can't sleep, I can't breathe, I can't cough. I'm trying to cough, but it is like one of those scary movies that Ben Affleck was in, about a demon town that got taken.
Exactly what. Yeah, I know what movie
it
you're
is.
talking about.
It is. I mean, it's becoming like that everywhere.
Mimic. That one.
Well, this is done on purpose. This is all a portion of preparing Earth and the atmosphere for the Atlantean turning. This is what is occurring. Is we're going to have Atlantis, Lemuria, other places pop up, while other portions of the face of the Earth sink below the waters.
I know. I've seen it.
I know a lot of people are aware of this. You can feel it in your bones. That is your biofield talking to you. That's very much simple, just like that.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why it's so cool that people like us hook up on nights like tonight. And isn't it funny how we're all being chill as fuck, man? Everybody's being so cool.
Right on.
I
Donnie,
want
go
to know
ahead.
what the carbon capture and removing the carbon has to do with it. With what are they terraforming for?
That's a
Well,
good question. Now, they have lots of machinery that they've made to process the carbon. They're building things out of the carbon.
Well, but they store it too under the sea in the rocks.
Well, that's something nefarious. We can be
What
assured of that.
Sorry. Yeah,
I mean, in one
storing-
breath, they're telling us, pay this carbon tax, which is added on to your utility bills, people.
Look up carbon.
It's hooked into your gas bill, your electric bill, all your bills. That's how they're getting away with this. And if it's not already happening to you, then it sure will be very shortly.
They slip it right in without letting you know about it.
Yeah, they blabber about it, then they, sprinkle it on your French fries.
There you
I've
go.
also noticed that, like I like to garden, and I do flowers mostly and stuff, but a lot of my leaves are turning yellow. So not.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what it is, but I don't know.
Well, a lot of people would call it the plasma apocalypse. And that's what's ended up happening. All these people, all your gardening, you need to get the food put up quickly as possible. And each year the yields are getting smaller and smaller. It's due to the plasma. And there's no growing. You're not going to have a crop with a plasma apocalypse going on.
And don't forget, they got that fungus shit coming out now. They're spreading that up now.
Well, that's part of it. There's nothing new under the sun.
That's right.
That's part of how all of this works. When I said in the past, like if you think about like the Eye of Horus, that little line thingy that comes down, that's the worm. Just a philosophy, okay?
Something I noticed, this is just like kind of when you look at things that there's symbols everywhere. If you look at the triangle with the eye in it, the triangle looks like an A, and then the eye, of course, represents an eye.
Correct.
I think you got something there.
Thank you, Danny. I never thought of that one.
Yeah.
And it is pretty much that simple, people. And we have to understand you got two kingdoms walking in lockstep together. So the AI is the capstone of the dark filth.
Yeah.
Another piece to the puzzle.
Jesus Christ of Nazareth, or Yeshua HaMashiach, is the capstone of the light.
And the dollar bill represents a counterfeit.
Well, and we all must understand it's how we perceive it, and we put the energy into what we perceive is what gives it the power. Right. So if you're looking at a dollar bill and all you're leaning on is the evil side, then your energy is being fed into the evil kingdom. That's how simple this is.
Well, can I tell you all something?
Sure.
Hell yeah.
I hold a staff in my hand right now. Something that I've had since my son was a little boy, and I taught him how to walk with it, and I've trusted in it, and I promised myself 22 and a half years ago that I would never give myself over to war, confusion, fear, contempt, depression, anger, in any way of this world, that I would always keep my love for my son and my love for this staff in my heart.
Right.
And right now, in this great time of confusion and fear, as we all speak about this, I remember that what we're all talking about is a deep conviction to holding on to our faith and our love for the truth. Hold on to the simple things.
Right.
And you'll always have the truth.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I'm scared right now. I mean, I really am. Like
Totally
I'm
understood,
hearing,
man.
I'm hearing what everybody's saying, and I'll listen more.
Well, yeah, no, I totally get why. You're in a bad place right now, buddy. I mean, I totally understand why you'd be afraid. I mean, you're dealing with some pretty hardcore stuff right now. I mean, yeah, there's so much stuff going on, you know, even just earlier, this morning they had tornadoes all over Mississippi. You know, like, you see these big snowstorms in California. The first thing I think about when that stuff happens are the animals, you know. I mean, a snowstorm in California, which is supposed to be kind of like an exotic place in a sense, right? Like when it snows in a desert, you think about, you know, all the wildlife that lives in a desert. That, you know.
Well, I mean, not just that. Like tornadoes never used to go for 80 miles.
No.
You know, a tornado that
Right.
just goes 80. I mean, I don't want to cuss. I'm not going to cuss because I'm going to worship the Lord.
Right.
And I'm also, you know, going to try to like clean up my act on YouTube. But
Totally get it. Yep.
a tornado that goes 80,
Did anyone get any
80,
intel on that tornado in Mississippi or no?
80 miles? 80
Oh.
miles? Tornadoes used to go 2 or 3 or 4 miles.
Yep.
And that was it. 80 miles? What? At the speed of what? 200 miles an hour or some? Man.
It's definitely geoengineered.
Guarantee it. They got the technology to do it. So I mean, that's what's going on. They've been doing that sort of thing forever. You know, like since they had the capabilities to do it, they've been doing it. And you know, that's just going to escalate. All these explosions and stuff, like, you know.
Yeah, at a chocolate factory, a big old chocolate factory.
Right.
Is Bang still here?
Yes.
I just wanted to throw this at you and just kind of find your opinion. So they got everybody kind of just, you know, going with their Matrix slave reputation, if you will, right? And then come home, do what you do at home, do your chores, right? You know, do what you do, your programming. And then sit back and do stuff like this, you know, on your free time while they're literally doing the reset right now.
And they're all watching us, by the way, because we're the most important information that they have.
We're being replaced by bots. Just philosophy.
It's no philosophy. Everything you're saying is correct.
Yeah.
And they're way down the line. I mean, this is not. They're like toward the end of their game, not the
beginning. Are they watching us?
Of course.
Yeah.
A lot of people think that we got to remember there is optogenetics, like blue beam, and everybody's talking about blue beam this, blue beam that. I have a whole different philosophy on this blue beam stuff. Now, there is a great ancient blue beam that comes out of Mount Meru, and this all ties into Earth and the plasma apocalypse. One eon, the blue beam will activate. Next eon, it won't. This gives you your compression and your expansion cycles, which is the wine press or the threshing floor, talked about in the Bible. But the blue beam is also, it's through this technology we've been discussing this evening, is also hooked into optogenetics, which means I can be standing next to a person. We see the exact same thing, but we do not see the same thing. Like they may see some demon coming at them, ripping their face off. Right. And that is their perception. Therefore, it is actually happening to them. Right. This is how slickery all of this is. But I might see an angel. And to me, that's exactly what it is.
And what you're saying is people that may, just example. Like, for instance, juiced, that could be you're seeing a completely different reality, okay? Right? Or if you're a 7-dimensional photonic crystalline electromagnetic light being, you could be blue beam. I don't know.
It could probably
Just
go in many
thinking.
ways. I'm sure that whatever we do know about the
Not,
technology, we probably don't have it all under grasp as of yet. A lot of people
no,
don't even
not
know what
us.
we're talking about.
No, not us. If you're here, no, don't worry. It might feel like that, but that's why sometimes you just feel sick or time sick or you just feel discordant or something's wrong. But
Like how I
no,
felt today.
you
Seven, are you alive right now? Are you
huh?
awake or are you asleep? Are you dreaming? Are you alive? Are you alive?
I'm awake and alive.
Dude, why'd
Can
y'all
you prove
interrupt me?
it? Huh?
No.
I don't have to prove it.
No, that's what I'm saying. I can't prove if I am alive or awake or sleeping or if I'm sharing a
All
dream.
right. Well, as soon as you start talking like that, bruh,
Yeah, you
then
fucked your own brain, dude.
it makes me think about the fact that I've been smart enough to watch like some prison shit and remember my bit. Nah, now you starting to talk a little bit insane, bruh.
No,
I
think
mean,
about this. I understand that I'm alive right now, and I understand everyone is. Okay, but what I'm
It's
saying is
part of
we
spiritual
have no
discernment.
scientific proof. That's the thing. I can't rely on science.
You're not supposed to rely on science.
thank
Science
you,
is nothing but recreating what already exists.
thank you.
And they're
Exactly.
wrong every 5 years. Oh, I mean, how many times have we heard
They
this in
are,
our lives?
they
Maybe
are, they really are.
maybe this statement I said was a little too like
As far
open.
as the Matrix goes
You
and whether
took
you're
that
lucid
wrong from what
dreaming,
I was saying. I'm just saying there's no scientific proof of anything that I was asking you, and I can't rely on that. I'm sorry to go ahead.
this is where your spiritual discernment is key. Forget
Right.
about the science.
Right.
It's called discernment. And if you don't know if you're, and this is what's going to end up happening to people. They're going to be walking around in a lucid dream 24/7. Snap the hell out of it, people.
Right.
Wake
That's
the
why
fuck
I
up.
brought it up. That's why I brought it up, because that's the whole thing. And then when you think about everything being GMO, right, and all that episode, right, and then you got people out here. Oh well, I don't depend on pharmacia, but they'll go to a liquor store, or they'll go to a dispensary and get some GMO of that. You know what I mean? That's why I was bringing
With
this
the
up.
technology
Hey,
we've been
Jim.
discussing all evening, you don't have to take a pill. You don't have to do any of that.
Right.
They are
I
electromagnetically
think,
inducing you with chemicals and drugs. Just
I think I might leave now.
okay.
This is turning into an argument.
No, we're
there's
not
no
arguing.
argument.
I just get
It's no
passionate.
arguments. We're just
We're not
talking.
arguing.
There's no
I get
argument here.
passionate and I might get a little loud. I'm sorry.
We're
Well,
good.
we all just
It's all
hang out.
good.
We're talking, Seven, but
all
you can
good.
leave if you want.
No, we're
But
not
we're just
It's all
arguing.
good, Seven. It's all good.
We're passionate. It's all about passion.
Don't worry, buddy. It's all good. We
Yeah.
do this all the time.
Nobody's
This-
fighting.
this is just-
Yelling.
It's just
No.
a flow, you know.
Yeah.
Well, some people say that we're living a matrix. And that could be their part thereof, but your discernment, you need to understand what is real and what isn't real.
Right.
And I feel terrible for the small people. Like if they don't, like so much of this AI overlay is already occurring. I remember a couple of years ago, Father told me, the Holy Spirit told me, it won't be long before people won't even know what I made versus what the AI made.
The great delusion.
But this goes back to spiritual discernment, walking in your spirit soul connection as a discerner. We mistake by reading the Word of God, by reading ancient text through the goggles of the flesh body.
Right.
And they're not flesh body books.
Yeah.
Living books.
Living books. Yeah.
Sorry, Seven, I didn't mean to upset you. I get a little bit riled up.
No,
No, I'm good. No,
We're
I'm
welcome.
good. I'm listening. I mean, I'm really honored to be here.
Cool.
We're glad you're here. We're glad.
Yeah. Stay here. Don't get scared off.
We're all reflecting off each other, trying to acknowledge and learn growth, evolution, remember the forward backwards thing. We're expanding our being.
Watchwoman of the Dragon, you're commenting on the AI and how it's taken over this, that, and the other. This is all true, but we're sent here to take it back.
Great.
You can walk in, you can be an active member right this minute of the war in heaven. I mean, it is on the earth, it is in the underworld, it is in the sky above our head. And you got to remember, 300 feet below the earth is equivalent to 300 feet in the sky. They're congruent. So what are we watching in the sky? We're watching a lot of the CERN stuff in the heavens. But there's a small window of that because there is a vault. Now, the underworld goes much, much deeper. And a lot of the stuff that you're seeing in the sky is the underworld coming topside. But it comes through the vestibule, which is the sky of the earth. And the CERN is a big, giant magnet. And magnets, they can rip you right apart. Have you watched like the I don't know if it's Super Friends or whatever, those comic things that they put on movies, but there was one episode where they were showing people exploding into dust piles. This is the magnets that are sewn into us using the technology they're spraying over our head, that we're eating in our food, and they're reassembling inside of our bodies to make these magnetic points. As Sabrina would say, you got magnets on your nutsack. Pull the two magnets apart, and your nutsack explodes. It's kind
All
of
right, so here, I'm going to get real honest tonight, okay? Because Venus knows this about me, and I'm just going to get really honest because I like it when I can just rip it. I don't want to say the taint, but that little part in between the masculine and feminine that everybody has, both male and female, it vibrates all the time now. Like everything in my body vibrates at certain frequencies, at certain times. I've dated it. It's every 15, 30, 45, and 60 seconds. It's like always in my body. I can feel the transmissions. I can hear things that sound like faxes. I can hear things that sound like military transmissions. Everything right now is exposed to me, or might I say, I'm exposed to it. And folks, I'm fucking used to it. And like on my little channel, I don't cuss. I don't talk about it. I don't even go live anymore. But it's real. And I can feel it all. I've been able to feel it since the massacres in Rwanda in 1994. I can feel everything. And I'm telling you what, I'm about to like try to stop feeling it.
Yeah.
I'm about to move to Tibet and just literally move to a convent in the Tibetan mountains and stop trying to hear it all, because I can hear it all. I'm a super empath. I mean, I've made a lot of mistakes in my life and I'm not perfect, but I'm hungry and I'm tired and I can barely sleep and I can hardly see with the fake sun. And all of this, everything I talk about sounds ridiculous. And my family ridicules me for it. Other channels ridicule me for it. But after time, it ends up turning out just like tonight with this whole video. It verifies everything that I talk about, that we're not in control of our own fucking minds.
Right.
Hello, Miss 10. How are you?
Hi, 10.
Hey, 10.
7. The biofield that we're talking about this evening, and it connects into your empathy and your precognition and all the psionic abilities, you need to pull it back in. When you were a child and you had the Planet X or the red planet on the pinhead on your shoulder or wherever it was on your body, it extended your full biofield out through the cosmos of that nature, the celestials. You can also pull it back in to be more around the core of your being. And this is what I had to do. For 54 years, I heard it all just like you. And then finally, 53 and a half years into it, I learned to shut it all down, and I only listen through the living waters. And nothing can speak to me anymore unless it comes through the living waters. And that is a heavenly thing. And that cuts out 90% of all that chitter chatter, biggity bluggity blue, which drove me crazy too. But just pull yourself tighter into your being and more into your own, your biofield's extended way too far out. Pull it back in and controlling mechanisms. So when we are discussing the biofield this evening, it's not just to expand yourself, as in shielding and shunting and blocking and moving a defense and offense and in health. It also is for ones that are heavily in tune already. You can pull it back in. It's all about controlling your protective self.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it goes both ways. It doesn't go one way. It goes both ways. And sometimes you want to be extended. Sometimes you want to be pulled in. So if you got a drone hot on your tail, you want to extend that sucker and pop that drone, and it's over for that drone. But then you pull it right back in. That way you're not pulling in and dragging a bunch of other stuff with it. So you move it quickly, just like if you're moving your hands, like you see Sabrina doing those motions with her hands. It's really that fast. It moves that quickly when you move your being and you move your body and you move your mind and your intent and your word, because your voice and the frequency that comes out of you is also part of the biofield and part of everything we're talking about, of protection and defense and the whole 9 yards. And another thing that Sabrina is teaching us all to do is you don't ever want all your abilities out of the bag at once, because this AI is a learning AI in real time. It will push you down on the floor. You ever had something fucking just push you down on the damn floor? Okay. Boom. It's got you on the floor. You get back up. But you don't want to move in your full adrenaline until the war is absolutely on and full. So you're taming your emotions, you're taming your mentality, you're taming your spirit, which all tames your physical. This is walking in situational awareness. Because once that AI and your adrenals pop off, then that AI has completely understood you in like seconds flat. You understand?
Okay. All right. Fang.
Yes.
They've been beating many of us up since we were 3 years old, 2 years old,
I know
half
it.
a year old.
Well, hopefully by
4
now
years
we're learning
old.
to kick their ass back.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe
Wield
it.
your aura.
And sorry if I get a little loud, folks. I just get into it.
It's all right.
I've used mine to push people off me. I had several people throughout my life trying to attack me, like when I lived in New York City on the street, and I literally I threw it and threw them back by taking gathering it all up in my stomach and pushing out a sound and pushing the energy with the sound, and the person would literally fall backwards and run away.
Wow.
Well, if I use mine, I'm aware that I use it. So
it's your bio Wi-Fi signals. I like to use mine to de-escalate a lot of situations. You can use it to feel the vibes, like when you meet new people, all kinds of stuff. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, you use it through all of your different chakras, and every chakra has a different dimension and color and frequency. And you have access to all of them, even the ones that extend above your head and around you.
That's right. And the way I understand the chakra system also is it ties into the Almighty Heavenly Father's chakra system, his own being. And his chakra system are the archangels. Like Raphael is the green chakra, which is your heart chakra. But they are actually beings themselves too. You see what I'm saying? But everything is living. All things living. There's a spirit and a being behind all things.
Well, I really appreciate all of your optimism. I really do. But I'm telling you, the Prince of the Air is in control of this world right now.
For sure.
I mean, there's an earthquake every hour, every half hour,
Yahoo is
like
in control.
7
He
points.
allows everything.
You know, I
He
mean,
allows stuff.
and,
So
and it's really funny. Yes, I know God allows stuff,
Yahoo.
but what yes, Yahuwah. Yes, thank you, Venus, my best of friends.
Well, you know, I
mean,
can barely get a word in edgewise, so I figured I'd say something.
no, it's really cool. No. Oh my God, Venus, we would all appreciate if you would take the floor like you
No, it's
did.
okay. I said what I wanted to say. That's cool. Go on.
No, Yeshua is totally in control. And that's what I was going to say is on the darkest roads in the story of Yeshua, or in many of the stories that many of us talk about, or the travails and trials that we are in right now, the road less traveled, the high road, the hard road, the one with threadbare sandals and half a garment. It's the hardest road, but it's the road worth traveled.
It is. It is.
And
Hey,
that's what.
Tin, how you doing? I want to see if Tin actually can hear us and use
Yep.
her mic. Are you
I
here?
can hear you. Yep, I can hear you.
Checking on you. Just checking on my kitty.
Okay.
You know, I gotta say this, Ted. Your voice matches your avatar.
It's so cute, isn't it?
Yeah,
She's
it just I love it.
Thanks, guys. This is a great conversation, though.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is.
Keep going, though. Don't let me stop. Stop.
Go ahead there, Seven. Have at it, bud. Oh,
Well, I don't want to bogart the
I'm
conversation.
intrigued with this right now. I'm sucking it right in. I'm like loving this. This is cool.
well, it seems like people like your conversation, Seven. So
Yeah,
They do,
you're a hit.
love it.
You're a hit.
but I have
Hang on
nothing
right
to
now,
say.
buddy.
Well, I firmly believe that right now, like we could all consider our situations and consider them so bad, but my goodness, these are the best days because we're conscious and we love the Lord and we could pray. And like I think about things like that, like late at night, it'll be 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'll think, you could say, Seven, to people, we could pray, or we can pray, or shall we pray? Or would you like to pray? And I giggle my ass off because I think about how temperate people are, how compassionate they are, how lovely they are, how much they would like to do the simple things in life that have been pressurized and compartmentalized and damn near will be monetized. Compassion, fresh air, water. Believe me, folks, after COVID, everything's going to be put in a bottle or a plastic bag, but not our love. And that's what keeps me going. You guys do. I swear I surf, not the internet, but I surf the astral plane at night. Maybe 200 or 300 of you. I just float over you, and there will be 4 or 5, maybe 20 of you that I can sense that they're like, oh, I've been waiting for you. And I mean, I promise you, we dance, we sing a little bit, we cook, we eat, and then we go to bed together. That's what I'm about. And isn't that the most boring, mundane thing to talk about?
Not really. It's not really boring.
I know.
But,
I know. It's not at all,
not
because
at all. I'm overwhelmed with the ISTAR plane thing, because I know it does exist, and I know it's so real. I haven't brought myself to the point of even going there yet. You know, like I'm on different level, I guess, maybe, but everything that goes on with me, it's like what was it? Someone said something earlier about see, that's where my head is at. Been all day. My brain's just been shot for some reason. I've been having trouble cooking supper every day. I was like, man, what's going on? Like, it'd be like, I forgot to do this, or blah blah blah. Like I said, I've been under attack all day, dealing with my snappiness and just like, you know. So I'm just gonna leave the floor. Like, I'm gonna let everything.
Yeah, I'm about to get out too, because I don't want to sit here with no people
I don't want to
watching.
get out. I don't want to get out.
It's kind of lame. So
it's all good.
Well, it's all right, man.
What is
I'm glad I
that?
got here tonight.
What did you just say?
Yeah, what did you just say?
It's
Whatever.
lame.
There's nobody
people
here.
There's 25 people in the chat.
Yeah, but nobody's here.
What do you mean nobody's here?
Oh, I didn't see. I'm new at this, so everybody, please have a little
Well, no,
patience
there's
with
7
me.
people sitting here up here with you.
See, I'm new at this, and I get all sensitive and shit, and I'm like, well, because nobody's saying anything.
We're letting you talk. We were letting
Oh,
you
okay.
talk.
Well,
But you don't have to.
you're letting me talk,
Yeah, we
so I
were.
can keep talking.
Hell yeah!
If you want.
I like that.
You're holding the talking stick right now.
Oh my God, I could talk about so much more, but I try not to bogart, and then I get nervous, and then, oh my God.
Well, this
what else
is a
did you
no
get?
Bogart zone. There is a no Bogarting zone, but you're not in the zone yet.
Wait, is that Sky? I love Sky's little voice. I love
Yeah,
Sky's voice.
Tin, not skies.
Oh, who's that deep ass little voice?
That's 10.
She's hilarious.
That's a
I
kitty.
love the way she
Yeah, it's a
presents
no
herself.
Bogarting zone.
Who's that little voice?
And so far, you're not in the no Bogarting zone yet. So you're doing good. You got the talking stick. Go.
Wait, who's her voice? Who is that?
That's
Miss Kitty, the Tin TV Kitty.
Miss Kitty? That is a dope ass little voice. Can I borrow your voice for a night?
Well, I'm just a tinfoil cat, but only on the internet. Yeah.
Well, I'll keep talking. So, yeah. So when it comes to that young lady's video tonight that Venus shared, I didn't at all quote about the fact that she reminded me of me, because she's got big balls, big stone iron balls, because she just fucking told it like it was. And she had so many facts and so many notes, and it ties into what I feel. I think she probably does feel it too, but I feel it every day. I'm like, okay, 15 seconds, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, 60 seconds. Every timed couple of moments, there's a microwave energy in the sky that goes through everybody. It scans us, it times us, it rates our heartbeat. I mean, it's like we are in prison. We are. And yeah, it's a little embarrassing that the dude and I earlier were talking about the fact that he and I have both been in county jail, not a penitentiary. I don't have any felonies or anything, but I've done a couple of bits. But this damn near, in my mind, is starting to feel like prison. And I realized that, and this is going to sound crazy, but it's real. Those of us that are conscious are going to be able to go through all of this because we are conscious. Other than that, I think I might be going crazy. Just like if I was locked up in prison on one of those jail movies, or trying to do a mountain hike to win $50,000. I mean, people do that stupid shit like on a dare and to make some money. But what we're going through right now is real fucking life. And the only way through it, and I know is through prayer, meditation, the Holy Spirit, having an upful and bright heart, and talking about it with other people, or else we won't know what the fuck is going on.
Right.
Because I don't know what the fuck is going on. I mean,
everybody's in that same boat. Everybody's, what's going on? There's so much going on, right? But a lot of it is, I believe it's like, where's it going to end? Where's it going to end? When's it going to, when's the big thing going to start? Or, when's the big one going to, go off or whatever, right? It's just a number of topics that are just bombarded at us daily, minutely, and sometimes I feel like, all right, myself, I'll shut it on. I'll shut it right down. I'll say, boom, fuck you. I'm doing this today. And I'll shut it right down, go out, get my brains kind of straightened out a little bit. If I got to go outside for about, all day long or whatever, and not go on the internet for a day or two, I'll do that, and I'll come back refreshed and all right, okay. But sometimes you just got to let things settle, let it settle in. Anyone?
Yeah, well, every day is a challenge these days. It really is. It's not easy. Everybody's sanity is being tested.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I think we're all supposed to be here.
Yeah.
Because we chose this. In fact, we all met, but we didn't have bodies. And, Creator God, Yeshua, God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit that I call it, said, hey, I need some people to go down during this time. And all of us raised our hands. And we're here for a reason. And subconsciously, we know the reason. Consciously right now, we don't know. But it's going to come. And just keep your vibration high. And be positive, and always look at the glass as being half full versus half empty.
Right.
That's what I do.
Thank you.
That's good advice.
I'm not much of an advice giver. I mean, you guys already know that. I'm not much of an advice giver.
No, but
she's right. She's right. A couple of times over the last couple of years, I've seen exactly what she said, which simplifies things to a degree of joy and happiness in my heart, is that the return is coming. Like like there is going to be a day where he just comes and we're all going to lift our hands and worship.
And I think part of the problem is that we have, we're on this really nice beach right now. And one foot's in the water and one's on the beach. That's what's making it so confusing right now. We're all in the same place, on the same beach, doing all the same thing, but yet we all have one foot in the water, one foot on the beach. Do we go all the way in the water, or do we all go all the way onto the beach? We don't know right now, consciously, but subconsciously. We're going to find out. Because God's going to tell us, or Yeshua, or Creator, or whatever you want to call him. God, Jesus, the Holy Spirit. That's my sponsor. Yeah.
I really
there ain't sharks in the water?
About being here at a very specific time within the timeline. I really liked how you brought that.
Yeah, we chose this time. We could all chose different times. We could have been, back in the early 1900s. We could have came in the 1600s, but nope. when they said, "Okay, guys, I got a mission," and we're all like, "Yeah, we'll go down during that time," and we did.
I agree with that, Tin. You're here because you're supposed to be here, and you got what it takes to get it done.
Whatever it is,
or you wouldn't be here.
Exactly. I agree.
And we don't know consciously right now because we're in a split. I think we're in a split dimension too. I think there's two timelines running right now.
Yeah.
That's why I say we got 1 foot on the water and 1 foot on the beach. We're in the same place, but yet
we're in duality. It's duality.
Yes, it's something's weird, and I can't even explain it.
See, I love that because Venus Cupcake always knows in the middle of any conversation with 10 people, 5 people, or 2 people when to mention duality. And that is honestly what is slicing me in half. Duality, and again, you know, the beginning of the video, which is the manipulation of our minds and the metals in our bodies. You know, the young lady kept mentioning what was removed from our bodies. Well, folks, what scares me the most is my pineal gland. It crunches like tinfoil. You know, and
because it's got
and
calcium on it, so you gotta detox. Like, and I know this works because I literally went as a vegetarian and totally got off every junky food for 4 weeks, and that's when God hit me with a yellow light right in the middle of my head, and He was talking to me, and it was like, whoa. And then I went back to eating junk food. Guess what? It takes a lot more for me to have that connection with Him now.
Well, I mean, you gotta understand that again, like during this video, I've been talking about gentrification, being evicted. My life isn't to the point right now where I can eat and survive like I used to off of great vegetables and fruits and smoothies, and you know, I try what I can, and I mean, again, just
desert. Do you live in a food desert?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes it even tougher, and our government's creating that situation more and more by shutting down all of these major retailers that have groceries with your fresh vegetables and fruits, and you're forced to eat a lot. I understand that could be difficult too.
You know, one of the worst things about COVID, in fact, the worst thing about COVID was the death of the salad bar.
Oh, I know. And you know what my favorite thing that I love to say? And I've even got people that clip it what I say. Ollie, salad bar! Because I get all excited because it's an ollie, you can eat salad bar. Get it?
Well, let me tell you something about that. Let me tell you something about that.
I have people that clip that and they got it in their videos as a function. I allow for it.
No. Well, let me tell you something about that, and then let me allow for the lack of the salad bar for me to go eat and try to gather myself and get some rest tonight and find the extra plane. You know, once COVID hit and the salad bar died all over the world, and the salad bar has not come back, I was like, damn, dude, they're going to make this be about gas, the economy, prices, the stock market, war. They'll probably start a war. But this is mainly going to be about the beginning of the destruction of us from the lowest part of our body to the top. And they got rid of the salad bar, and the salad bar has never come back, even though we can't say it, even though the CV is just as fake as a childhood nightmare. it is still taking away one of the most essential things that many of us survived off of. And that's one of the reasons why I won't sleep much tonight.
Oh, 7, just go and rest and float away and sleep well. Allow yourself
will.
to sleep well. Allow yourself. Be easy on yourself. Hug yourself. Love yourself.
Yes, we must love ourselves like we love others.
Well, was I wrong for being here tonight? Did I piss anybody off?
No, no, not at all.
You fit right in.
You fit right in, dude.
Don't be egotistic, bro.
Piss me off.
I can't wait to find a salad again someday, somewhere. Yeah.
You have to just make your own, hon.
It's like that guy from Zombieland with the Twinkie. I hear you.
Hey, I love you, bro. I'll see you someday.
I hear you.
I'll share a honey bun with you.
Right on.
Right on, y'all. Right on, right on.
Some people were asking in the chat about our detoxing and what we do for detoxing.
Good night, 7.
Good night, 7.
Night, buddy.
Have a good one, man.
Detoxing?
Yeah, one of the best ways to detox from the nano and the smart dust and all this stuff that you're breathing in every day and around you, fasting is one of the best ways.
It
Yes.
It helps so much.
I do that.
And it doesn't have to be a long fast, maybe a 16-hour fast.
Yep.
20-hour fast. I mean, if you want to build yourself up to 3 days, or I know people who go weeks without eating.
Yeah, after about 4 days, you get really you're like higher than you ever been in your life. I've gone about 5 days on grape juice and what is that stuff? It's late. That grass stuff, wheatgrass juice. I've gone 4 days and I was so high just from the fast. The minute you eat the food, like a solid piece of food, you feel yourself just bam, hit the ground. It's like you're all the way up there and bam, you're down. And you wish you never ate something, you know what I mean?
Well, I just cut out the nasty stuff in my diet that, like stuff I've been doing since college, like soda pop, candy bars, Doritos, just all popcorn, and I literally was and I even eliminated meat for that period of time just to see. And I I'm not a vegetarian or a pescatarian, I'm just, I just did it for a month. And it was just enough to clean up but I did stop using fluoride toothpaste too.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Ditch the fluoride.
Yeah, and I'm on a well, and so I don't have fluoridated water.
Yeah, I'm on a well too. It's amazing to have really good water.
So that helped. But yeah, in a matter of 4 weeks, I mean, you guys, I was laying in bed and God hit me with this light, and I woke my husband up afterwards. He literally thought I was going crazy, but I could hear Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven playing backwards too, and it doesn't say nice. It doesn't say nice things. I was sitting there getting ready for this dinner party, and I told the kids, "Oh, turn that up. That's Led Zeppelin." And I'm sitting there arranging everything, and I could hear it playing in backwards. And it was like, whoa, but then, it kind of freaked me out. And then I went back to eating the junk food. So yeah, I got to really clean up, you guys. I got to get Doritos at my downfall, man.
Goblin, leave your mic unmuted so I could fix it. And maybe I could fix it. Unmute. Goblin. Okay. Let me try to fix your.
And I've heard distilled water's supposed to be good for you too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's better. There we go.
Mid-30s.
I think I fixed your mic. Nah, I didn't.
I think if most
I
people
cut out the junk food my 20s ago, and I feel a difference most definitely. Go ahead. Sorry.
And I think
that I'm
if
coming
some.
in bad.
No, you're coming in good now, Goblin. I think if people just do a little research on how they'd like to, switch up their diet and do it in a small way that first time, that then you'll get more ideas for other things. And from there, it'll just blossom and you'll find what you're looking for because it will come to you, the knowledge, because that's what happens to me on YouTube, okay? Yeah. Sometimes.
Well, I've been pretty much a vegetarian my whole life. So I highly recommend being a vegetarian. That means have cheese and eggs and milk because you need the amino acids. Veganism is really like not good for your health, but you could have a pretty healthy diet being a vegetarian, and then maybe once in a while you have a little chicken or something, like when you're feeling like you really need protein. Just stay away from the soy. Don't I stay away from soy. So
and any Hostess cupcake product, they're dangerous.
I always get those expensive cupcakes. The ones that are like $5 each. So
they used to be really good when we were kids, and then they got bought out by some other company. Everything tastes so yucky, but the marketing is what gets me. I know that's really bad. And when I got my granddaughter with me going, oh, look, yeah, I got to practice what I preach. I'm working on it, okay? I'm a work in progress.
I do notice the food it does not taste the same as it was when I was younger.
no, it doesn't. No, something tastes terrible.
A ho-ho does not taste like a Hostess ho-ho anymore.
Yeah.
There's so much more plastic in the food.
They put wax in ho-hos. Actual wax.
Oh, I'm glad I don't eat them anymore, but I really liked them before, when they tasted good.
No, they used to not have wax in them. Now they're putting like, at a lot of fast food places, they like use meat cement, they call it. It like binds like all
the pink slimy stuff.
Right, yeah, just like
your food is not food.
Not from a restaurant, probably not.
No, so it's nasty, the stuff they're putting in food. And, they always did that. They used to put like, what was it, chalk or something really nasty in bread, like the turn of the century, when there wasn't a lot of food, like we're coming into this again. And that's where white bread comes from, because they used to put like chalk or sawdust in the bread, and like people would eat it, because there wasn't a lot of food. They're doing the same thing now.
Well, and there's a difference between your winter wheat and your summer wheat. Your summer wheat, like they grow that here in Eastern Washington, that's for your breads and stuff. The winter wheat is usually for animal feed. And because we haven't had as much of a crop in since 2019 of your summer wheat, they're supplementing summer wheat with the winter wheat. Yeah, you're eating the animal food, people. Yeah, me too. You notice how stuff doesn't seem to like mold. Look at a hot dog bun. Leave it out on the counter for a week, and you tell me what you see. No green. Why is that? All of a sudden, these hot dogs and hamburger buns, you don't seem to get moldy or anything.
Yeah. Well, like the McDonald's French fries.
Now the bread, it'll mold up in 3 or 4 days, and it'll mold up before even the Best Buy supposed date.
I
know. You notice that food
What's
doesn't
your
last.
guys' opinion on plastinizing? Do you think that they might be trying to plastinize on top of the technology in that, or no?
They irradiate all like the non-organic vegetables.
Yeah, that's a number 4 code on your fruits. So if it's a number 9, it's fine. If it's a number 8, then that's really bad GMO'd. And number 4 and 3 means it's been radiated. So look at the last digit on your produce. Yeah, I looked that shit up too one time.
I should pay attention to what my animals won't eat, because a lot of times I'll offer them something and they just like, nope.
Oh, well, then that tells you a lot right there. Yeah, that's like a food tester for like a president. Think about it. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? You
my
got your
my Chihuahua won't eat food like dog food at all. He won't touch it. He'll take a couple bites and be like, yeah, give me some ham or something.
We're talking
I'm not
human
eating
food
this.
though.
You know, I boil chicken for my border collie. That's what he gets for breakfast. He gets boiled chicken breast, and then I have a really kind of good kibble. It's like organic and holistic, and that's what he gets later in the day. But he mainly gets chicken and rice and a few other things. I give him bully sticks and broccoli. He'll eat blueberries.
Right.
Yeah, I don't give my dog food as a main thing. Gets a little kibble. It's okay. He's pretty healthy.
Right.
Well, and birds are good for dogs.
If you guys in chat have any questions.
Oh, yeah. Because they're natural bird hunters. Even some breeds are more so than others. But out in the wild, they like to hunt birds, you know. I mean, they like other ground animals, but if they can get a bird.
My dog doesn't do anything like that. But like last night we were out and there were a herd of deers and he went and ran with the deer for a little while. And I'm just standing there going, hope you come back. And he did. He came right back. I called him. He likes running with the deer. He's really cute.
Yeah, I personally have like a vendetta with the deer right now, okay?
Were they eating all your bushes?
No, remember they almost killed me the other night in my Mercedes.
Oh, right.
And if I hadn't turned so sharp, wow, could have just wiped out my whole car, but only knocked off the mirror. You know, still got some damage to it, but yeah.
You see how you're protected?
Yeah, but then I put those little whistles on the front, so maybe they'll leave me alone now.
Yeah, I drive like 3 miles an hour, like through until I get like away from where for some reason, you know how, the high desert is. This area right here is just full of trees and then it's wide open desert after you get out of the trees. So all the animals come into this area, all the deer, the elk and the marmots and everybody.
I'm just mad because I have to get my car fixed, but otherwise I do love deer. Just a little upset at them right now.
Was it a lot of damage?
No, surprise. Alexa, stop. Oh, I hate that. Ugh, I hate that thing my husband put out here. No, actually, surprisingly, just like I said, it dinged my door a little bit and took off the mirror. God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit had my back and said, crank that wheel. And I got nobody in the oncoming lane and I cranked it really. Yeah, it was amazing. It was weird.
Yeah, well, you were protected because I've seen like deer just total cars, like and totally. Yeah.
And I didn't get like Venus. I'm like, remember when I told you about that night? I was like, oh, I was all freaked out and stuff. And I was crying about if the deer had a baby, then I felt bad. And you know what I mean? It was okay. I forgot we're on a live. This isn't my therapy session. Bill me later. Okay. Bill me later.
Okay. Yeah, I always worry about hitting animals. I hate it. You get out on 80 where I live and you just see blood like splattered all over the place sometimes. Like it's like all the animals jump in the road in the middle of the night and there's big trucks. And so there's a lot of animals here. So I'm always worried I'm going to hit. Just to hit someone would just be like, it would ruin my life pretty much if I did that. So,
yeah.
I wanted to bring up real quick. Miss Sabrina is the young lady that we saw giving the Psinergy presentations earlier. Yeah. And she is traveling around the United States at this point, giving classes for free. Right now, she's doing a tour in Ohio and Pennsylvania. If you want the exact town location she's in, just text me later. Leave me a comment, and I'll get that information rounded up for you.
Washington State?
Yeah, with the West Coast. When she comes to the West Coast, that would be great.
Yeah,
if
I'm
she
not
does.
sure exactly where she's going to be going because I do believe that time is extremely short, people,
Mm-hmm.
and we all need to be aware of this. But I did get to go to a class, and it was absolutely worth it to meet people locally. It pretty much weeds out only the serious people come to it,
Yeah.
and you meet some very high-end people. Most people that I've met so far have been probably in their 50s and older, 40s and older. Quite a few older people, like in their 70s and everything. So it's a full, pretty good range, and you're meeting high quality type people who care, and it helps you start getting. Just meeting the people there also expands your biofield to know because you know they live locally or at least a state away. So this also helps the mentality of the whole not feeling so alone,
Right.
which is pretty important.
Right.
My friend Stand Up Humble just came into chat. D. Welcome to
Yeah, she
Venus
was up
Cupcake.
on chat. She was up on the chat.
Oh, did she? Oh, I love D. Okay, cool. I didn't know if you. Okay, sorry. Now I'm okay. I'm behind the 8 ball. Okay, I'll take
Thank you, Watchwoman. We're going to continue. We're going to have, I don't know if we're going to be doing one of these once a week or what. Venus and I have not discussed it yet.
Yeah, I'm up to doing it once a week. We could
Once
do
a
like
week is probably going to be good because,
yeah,
as we're all saying, the time is very short, everyone. And
yes.
you need to get this under your belt for not just your own power increasing and protection, is for all your family members as well. And we've barely even scratched the surface on the information that is given out by the Psinergy channel and the tech. This is a mere scratching the surface introduction.
Right.
Yeah,
It
so
gets
we could
real
I would
deep.
like to do it once a week. It would be awesome. I think that people really need this information and to practice this because it takes practice.
Yes.
Practice, build it every day. Practice building it. Practice working with it, acknowledging it, understanding it.
That's right. Because it's building your muscle memory. Just like if you were playing basketball or something like that, you'd get out and practice. And then it becomes kind of second nature to you. But it's going to come to you very quickly because it is a body part. It's not like you're learning something foreign, even though the terminology might be foreign. But like Psinergists, we learn the technology terms. That's how the presentations are given. And you might know some of the same terms just using a different, your vocabulary may be different than the terms that the Psinergists use. But we're learning to discern for ourselves using the terms properly and communicating them properly to teach other people as well. That way you can easily go into the tech documents and everything yourself. Give a man a fish, you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish.
And
you feed him for
also,
a lifetime.
Yahuwah said, we have everything we need within. So what did that mean? You have everything you need
That's right.
to protect yourself, the full armor of God, the full armor of Yahuwah, Jesus, whoever you want, whatever word you like to call him.
Absolutely.
You have.
And it's not just for you, it's to protect your family. When you throw your shield, I personally protect a great deal of territory. At least up into my neighborhood every day, my home,
Me too.
myself, my home, everything in my home, all the way out to my property, and you kind of want to layer it out like that and then bust it out over your neighborhood. And if you want to go out to your state, just keep on going, but realize you're going to be completely aware of things. So like we were talking about with 7 earlier, if you get overwhelmed, that means you want to tighten yourself back down some, that you've overstretched yourself. And it will cause you stress if you're not careful, like hearing all these things and picking up all these sensory things. And it can get crazy when you throw your radar out too far. So you want to be able to pull it in and throw it out, pull it in, throw it out. And then when Sabrina was talking about she draws the energy off the ley lines, she's pulling in, that's her pulling energy out of the earth and using the earth as well as the nature spirits and everything else around her, because it's all Father's creation. So instead of letting the dark side use it for their plans, we're to use it for his plans in love.
Right.
So everybody talking about, you know, but this. Okay, you see a sun simulator up there. Take it back. We're a quantum being. You don't have to sit here with your feet on the ground. You can be up there in the clouds. You can be up there by the sun. And do understand this. All things are living. Even those lens flares and all this stuff that you see on cameras, all of it are beings.
Right.
I know this from personal experience. And I only speak from my personal experience on these types of things.
Right.
All things are living. Even reflections. Yeah, that just stopped the room, didn't it?
No, it one of the other channels I was on, they were talking, what is it, FPV, Rainbow Warriors. They're all about that too.
That's an excellent channel.
Yeah, and they were talking about that too as well. And I totally agree, 1,000%.
Yeah.
With it, I mean, yeah.
And the Earth is a very wonderful place where
It is magical. That's what they say.
It
is
is
a magical place.
It's completely magical. It's not a solid state form.
No.
If you can only see the Earth in a solid state form, then that is your mind limiting you.
Right. That's the little part that I gotta get through. It's right there. You know, like I'm so grounded to, you know, hard things. You know.
That probably ties in with why they didn't tell us about the aura thing, because that's probably what is the separation between the magical realm and the physical realm, because we know that at one point they were one.
Yes.
And question for you, Fang.
How does she pull energy from the ley lines? Well, Earth is a living being herself. And they're called nodal points. So in the ley lines there are certain nodes. This is just the technical term thereof, which means a cross section, intersection, or energy points. It can mean things of that nature. So I know Sabrina well enough to know that she's in conversation with the Creator the entire time. So she's going through the Holy Spirit, coming down into her, communicating with everything around her, and they're freely exchanging an energy. And Earth will do this to you, with you as well. Just lovingly give it to you. And she's massively powerful. So have a conversation, but I'll only do it through the living waters, which is through the Creator, because that's how the respect is. That's called being respectful. You don't ever want to pull something from a being or a tree or a ley line without asking it. And you see? So it's a give and take type thing. Right. And you never want to leave it with less and more, and then you loving it before you disconnect unto it.
You don't have to voice it out though, do you?
No, you don't have to voice it out.
Cool.
This is all internally going on in you.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, it doesn't need to be voiced out.
Right.
Because even creation works on a telepathic system.
Thank you, because now I know. Now it's verified in me that I am in the right place. You know, like I'm in like, for myself, right? Like I'm in.
Now, if you
I
do
do
voice it
things
out
silently. I don't talk out loud. I just close my eyes or bow my head, and I just like, hey man, you know, and I speak to him through me, you know, like through my inner self, right? And and that's how I talk to God. So,
but I do know if you're voicing it out loud, it is even more powerful because you're adding another component layer over it as well.
For sure.
You move in the flow of what you're feeling. Sometimes I know to be still. That means nothing comes out. Nothing is written down on paper. To be still and silent. And then I know to keep it all internal.
Right. And I have to feel it. Like I can't just you know, I gotta feel it. You know, it's gotta be I mean, I got to feel it with every essence of my soul, you know, like if it's, in order for it to be real for me, you know, so it's like, you know, when someone prays and all that, and he's, yeah, blah, 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 and I'm like, well, I ain't feeling nothing, you know, like, right? Like,
That's right. You
and
go
I'm
with the
like,
moment.
it just doesn't feel right. It feels fake. And I'm like, nah, this ain't working. So I just leave it alone. And I'm like, all right. And I'll let it settle in. And then when it settles in, that's when all right, just talk. You know, let's talk. Because that's, you know, sometimes I'm slow in certain ways where it takes a bit for things to catch up to me. But when it does, it hits hard. You know?
That's right. That's the same way I am.
Yeah.
It might take me a moment. I might be as fractionally slower than others, but not really. But
Right.
just in my own mind. But then once you got it though. It's part of your life.
Right. Forever. Yeah. Yeah.
Good night, Watchwoman of the Dragon. Nice to meet you.
Good night, Watchwoman. Thank you for coming.
Hey, Marve. Marve.
Yeah, a lot of new people here in the chat here, eh? Like, wow, man.
Yeah, it's been
right.
steady all night long. So
Thank you to the chat. Without the chat, we wouldn't be here, right, guys? Well,
that's right.
we'd still be here.
I don't know. We'd still be here.
Hello, everybody out there in the chat.
It's just more fun.
Yeah, but definitely if you approach everything as it is a life force, there's a being. Like even a cloud that you see, there's a spirit being attached to it. Meaning spirits you can't necessarily see, but it's more like the wind, like the holy ruach, the breath. That's how God moves a lot. Moves over the waters, wind, breath, force. So it's your intentions and your force, your will. So it's nothing different than playing a video game. Just like people play video games and they put things together as attributes and you add a strength plus a love, then you get some more intelligence or something of that nature. You see what I'm saying? It's the exact same thing that you're doing here.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons they created video games. So all of us wouldn't be up in the ether doing our jobs the way we're supposed to be.
Right.
The AI has got you sucked into the video game.
Yeah, and it's mocking. It's mocking us.
Well, it's usurping your energy and using it on the astral plane for itself.
Is the difference between that and the being is it that the being is that's the present, right? Like
it's a living creature. All
there
things
you go.
living.
Yeah.
I just look at it like this. The big kahuna busted himself up into everything. So there's a piece of him or the big kahuna and everything. God.
Absolutely, I agree.
And so he is living. He is life. And it doesn't matter if it's a piece of sand. I've been to heaven and I've seen everything up in there is just singing and jumping for joy. The whole 9 yards. Everything is happy, ecstatic. It's just wonderful. But even like a tiny little drop of water, I mean, it's alive. There's a whole universe probably in that. It's a micro, macro type thing all the way through. So if you understand yourself, then you understand creation, Earth much better. Then you understand the solar system much better and keep on growing out. And then you understand God much better. And then you also understand the kingdom of Satan much better because it's set up in the exact same hierarchy and everything stops at the top.
Right.
To the big kahuna. He that throws the farthest. That's what I like to call him.
The farthest.
Yeah, he that throws the farthest.
Cool.
And there can only be one of those.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
I like the sound of the clock in the background.
Yeah, it's an old school clock one of my friends gave me there. I didn't have a clock for work or a watch or anything. So she gave me this big clock, and it's like old school. I got
That's
2
cool.
batteries in it. It's
I like the
slower, you
sound.
know. Hey,
I like the sound.
yeah. It's nice to have when I'm laying back and sleeping. It puts me right out.
We have another question in chat. Ms.
Okay.
Humboldt says, I believe there's energy in everything, but not a soul. God gives the breath of life to man. It's
Right.
special, isn't it? Question mark.
Right. I believe that. I believe humans in general have souls. We're because he gave us dominion over the earth. So there's got to be a reason for that, right? Everything else is living, so we got to take care of that. You know,
Right. Dominion is care. It's taking care of something, where people always think that means domination, which it doesn't. It does mean dominion.
Stewardship.
Right.
Yes.
And I believe that in my heart. I believe that's what we're here for. We're supposed to just be here to get along, live life, and govern the earth, you know, and keep it healthy and just live in happiness. It's the original plan that we were set here for, and
it's the experience, brother.
right. But somewhere down the line, it got corrupted. That's the whole battle, and all the questions that everybody's asking these days, and a lot of truths are coming out right now. I mean, there's so much stuff coming out now, and yeah, it's beautiful. I love all the truth bombs coming out. There, you know, I love the idea. I love knowing that we were born into a lie, and that everything that I've struggled with my whole life has come to a verification that I've always known something, you know? And that's the beauty of all this, you know?
Does anybody off top happen to remember that verse when it was talking about how we were born into corruption and we're buried into corruption and then we're raised into the glory? It's in Corinthians, talking about the new bodies. I think that's probably like the astral bodies, or maybe, you know, the electromagnetic changeover, however you want to look at it.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit different than Mad Cat. I'm not so sure. Not everything has a soul, but much of life does have a soul. There are beings.
I'm not saying everything has a soul. I'm
right,
saying,
I know.
Like I was verifying that. I was saying that only humans have souls, maybe animals too as well. But we're mainly here. That's part of our purpose. Is maybe who knows? Maybe this is just one big huge test, you know, to weed out the ultimate of evil. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, I know we're here making decisions.
Yeah.
And the ultimate goal is an immortal soul,
right,
which is your spirit soul union.
Right.
And everything is the spirit, but not everything has a soul.
Right. That's it. What that makes lots more sense to me, you know, because I mean, that's what I mean by having dominion over the earth, right?
Right.
We're the ones. We're the ones that are supposed to do it and do it properly. But everything else is alive. You know, there's, like you say, everything's alive, and animals, spirits. You know, maybe even insects too as well. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not afraid of insects at all. Like, I talk to flies. I've actually, I don't know. I've met flies that actually have a personality. Almost spiders. I'm not afraid of any of that stuff. I like when I see a fly you see some flies crawling on a window. It's almost like they just know. I'll open the door for them, and I'll kind of like wave them over, and this is where we want to go. We want to get outside, because when you see flies on a window, it's like they're just trying to get outside. You know, they don't know where they're at. You know, they don't think like we are. You know, like we do. They're an insect, but we don't know what they think either, right? But
I want to say thank you for dropping that verse for me, Humble. I don't know how to type in the chat when I'm on my phone, so that I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just
no, it's
wanted to
all
say
good.
thank you.
I have to say something. Fang,
Yes.
I have to take my dog out. He's going to kill me.
Okay,
He's-
gotcha. Well, mute
Are you
yourself.
are you good to hang out for about 20 minutes?
Yeah, go ahead and mute your side.
In Venus, I gotta get a few things done in Fang. So thank you for having me up on the panel, you guys, and I love you guys, and you're so awesome. Keep
Love
doing
you
I love
too.
you.
Good night,
Tin.
Tin.
I'm
And I
so
look
glad.
forward to hearing your next video. You did excellent. I've been watching.
Oh, thanks, guys. I love you guys. So, you got me all embarrassed there. Okay. Anyhow, I'll see you guys soon. Mwah.
Good night, Tin. Fang. I'm saying Fang. I'm tired. I'm going to go walk the doggy and I'll be right back, guys.
All right.
Carry on.
Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah.
All
If I have any mods left in the chat, could you watch the chat?
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it.
Okay.
Yeah, so like, when I seen them flies and stuff, you know, like I don't know how insects, you know, who knows how any creature thinks, right? But again, I let my, I guess I'm an empath in some sort of way, because I feel I'll look at an animal, I just seem to know what it needs or wants, or you know.
Yes. We all are. It's just, and you can increase your empathy,
Right,
and your empathy can also be decreased.
right.
And
Well,
so what we're
it could be
talking about
deep.
tonight,
That's part of the struggle.
Fang,
I
do you have
believe.
a thought on that comment down there? Because I don't have a thought. Those are the only two that I'm aware of, as far as in scripture.
it says, do you guys know who besides Enoch and Elijah actually teleported, written in the New Testament? Are you talking about being translated? There's different things in the Bible. Now, I know there was this young man in the Bible. I don't exactly know where it is, but he time traveled in the Bible. It talks about he was gone for years and he came back and then he was still the same age and he was like, what happened?
Were those two not the ones that like with Enoch, they say he took a walk with God? Like, is that teleporting, or is that just that you are beyond, death, if you will, or if you have ascended, or if you're beyond this world? Yeah, I hear what you're saying. There are different ways of looking at that, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, there's different ways. Translation, I mean, there was two on the Mount of Translation or Configuration or whatever that's called. I don't have my lingo proper. Sorry. Mount of Transfiguration is what it was called. I'll have to do my Google fingers or something, but I'm trying to monitor the chat and everything. I can't do it. So maybe you can look that up, Humboldt, and let us know. That'd be good to know.
That just really grabbed my attention,
We agree with you. I agree with you, C. C said, I think ultimately that whatever happens, God knows your heart. And this is exactly what will be weighed out is your heart. I know for myself, when I met Jesus Christ of Nazareth face to face in a heavenly realm in 1997, I came off of Earth. I passed the clouds. I went around the toroidal at the North Pole, spun around Finland, kept going around the toroid, and past the Earth. I mean, past the clouds. I passed the sun. I passed the moon. I passed all of that stuff. And then when I got to the very top of the toroid, I moved, which the stars were embedded more into the water layer there, and the utter darkness is beyond that, so it's not on the same layer. It's on different layers. I moved horizontal through the toroidal, popped out to the top. There's another membrane over the top, hit that, then I made a a beeline across the utter darkness, and I shot through a firewall, a living wall of fire, which is the flame in Christ's eyes. So he pulled me out of his left eye. So I was coming out back. I went in forward, and my heart came through first. So my heart, if my heart wasn't in the proper spot, or he didn't allow it, then I would have never made it through that consuming fire without being burnt to pieces. So there was actually something still left of me when he drew me out of the consuming fire into a heavenly realm where he was. There's a lot more to that, but that's the basics of what I wanted to say about the living wall of fire and being in the lake of fire, etc., etc. It's a gateway weighed by your heart, and God knows your heart.
Right.
And then even if you think about, like, the concept with, the Egyptians, if you will, and Anubis, and weighing out the purity of your heart, it's similar idea, because sin or negative energy versus positive energy, however you really want to look at it, it comes down to the fact that there's a positive force, there's a negative force, and then you have to think about alternating current. And then if you think about your aura and how the magnetic field works and generating electricity, if you will.
Right.
Yeah, and all the stuff we're discussing this evening, as well as all the magnet information, they're using that to cause depersonalization of your being, of the surroundings. Like, it's going to loose everything. Like, when gravity finally isn't like coherent, and when the laws of natural physics are being upheaved. I mean, we're literally going to see the planets that we know that are way far out there right in our face. This is part of it. It's the loosing.
So how close to, like, how do you
They're going to
think,
be
like,
big. They're going to be huge.
so
If you
you'll
go to
be
that
able
Thunderbolt
you'll
channel,
be able to see them in the sky, like looking at a cloud type of deal?
probably going to be like a big giant. I mean, I've seen Uranus before. It depends on it was a couple years ago. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It came up behind the sun when the gates open. Now, Uranus at that point was moving from the underworld to the top side. You have to understand that when the planets and everything move, there's a below the ecliptic and above the ecliptic.
Right.
So below the ecliptic is what they pretty much would call the underworld section. So Uranus was coming up and sitting on that edge right there. And that is personally what I call the planet of the crossing, the planet X. It's going to change. It's not always going to be the same. But Uranus is still sitting in that apropos spot. It's kind of moved on some. But I think when that alignment happened, it was Venus, Earth, the Sun, and Uranus like lined up at a 90-degree angle. And I saw Uranus huge behind the sun, like I was looking through a magnifying glass. Like, if, let's say that, because there's a magnetic portal connection between all of it.
Right.
And going through the sun, it just magnified, and it brings, just imagine if the Uranus was an actual gate and portal opening and a magnetic connection, portal connection, but it looks like a certain characteristic of a thing.
Okay.
Now, don't allow your brain to become solid when you start thinking about stuff like this, because is it a point of light as well? Absolutely. It takes on many characteristics and many descriptions. It doesn't have to be just one. It depends on what the job of the being is at the moment, kind of thing, and your perspective and where you're looking from, and what's happening in the alignments of our solar system, and goes out to the galaxy system, out to the universe, and so on and so forth. It gets very deep.
Right.
Because, I mean, the Creator's mind is not like our mind. It is vast and intricate.
I imagine.
I mean, it is. And so don't ever limit yourself, is the main point of me saying those types of things.
Right.
And just because it might look like a round object from X, that doesn't mean that from Y it still looks like a round object. And this is where people are in their solid flesh beings looking at everything. You leave no room for your soul. You leave no room for your spirit. You just want proof with your man flesh eyes.
Right.
There is your downfall.
Right. Right. Right.
Sorry if I'm coming across loud or anything. I don't mean to.
Oh, you're doing your thing, Fang.
I know it, everybody, but not everybody's used to me. You guys are.
Fang, I'm so used to your passion, and I love it. I love it.
Hey, she brings it. You already know.
You bet. We already know.
Well, it's fascinating, and because you've learned one thing, I mean, go ahead and get yourself lined up and ready in expectation of Creator to bless you some more, because that's what he's in the business of doing. That is his business. That's his job. That's what he loves to do. His eyes are roaming to and fro upon the earth to see who he can bless. All the eyes and stuff you see in the sky, it's not all bad. You're going to lock eyes with God at some point, hopefully.
Yeah. Oh, it ain't all bad. Hey, like on a side note with that, I'll say this: like if people have like are looking down and thinking everything's so like everybody's evil and everybody's just going crazy and blah blah blah. What I like to do, I go through like short vids every now and then, and I'll pass all the crappy ones. And I run into a lot of like people helping other people or people helping animals and or just stuff you'd see normally. Like if you're in an area around people where people get along or whatever, people are just generally cool, down to earth people or whatever, just have morals and traditionally do what we usually do.
Vibes. It reminds you of what you're used to, if you will. Your morals, your values. I miss those things too. I do. I get it.
Great. So I'd like to make that suggestion out to anybody out there that's ever, going through this kind of, where the world just seems like everything's turned to shit. Well, it hasn't, and all you gotta do is step outside your own box,
That's right.
Just kind of feel around. I mean, myself, I gotta get out and for one to get my exercise and get my breathing back to normal, but I gotta get out and start seeing people again. Like just there's a few people around town that I can go talk to and stuff.
Well, I think that's important. We're very communicative creatures.
Right.
We need each other.
Yeah, we do.
We need to have our biofields connecting to other biofields. If you haven't went and played with a child lately, man, does that do you some good?
Yeah.
And playing with your animal, because your animal's also giving off its biofield. Right. And so when you're loving your animal, I mean, you're just sharing and everybody's getting all, healing up. It's healing.
Yeah.
It's healthy.
Right.
But that's how you heal yourself, is through that biofield, increasing your abilities.
Right. Yeah.
And of course, the great physician, Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
For sure.
So, Donnie, you still with us? I think we might have talked her right to sleep.
No, I'm here. My name's Danny.
Danny, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Just listening.
I'm still here. I'm jumping down in the chat, yeah.
Okay, well, me and Mad Cat, that's me and you again. We get in trouble when we just let it know me and you.
Hey,
everybody.
I would like more information about Sabrina and where she's visiting and stuff.
Okay, I'll have to do a little bit of research on that, but I know this trip she left, I think, a few days ago, and she's going to Ohio. I think she said Zanesville.
Okay.
In Ohio, and then she's going to Pennsylvania, I think she said. I'll have to dig through a little bit more information to get exactly where those are, and I can also give her an email, and she could give me the information as well.
Okay.
So,
I live in southern Indiana, so that might.
You live in southern Indiana, yeah. So I know that I don't know how many places she's going to go, but I know that she's developing like a tour, so to speak. So every place that she's gone so far, she wants to be able to hit again.
Okay.
So I know she started in Tennessee, and then she came to Georgia, and now she went back home for a little while because she does have children, and her and her husband are given their time freely. So she doesn't ask for anything for the classes, but if you want to, donate to help them pay for their room and everything, and if they have anything extra, they just give it back into the local community of where they stayed.
Okay.
That's how they do that sort of thing. So now she's Ohio, I think, then Pennsylvania, and then I don't know where she's going from there. She's kind of having to do a little bit of low-key type stuff because, I mean, this is heavy business. You don't see anybody else on the internet like putting it together quite like this.
Yeah.
But there's a reason for that. Meaning that, people don't make it through, is what I'm trying to tell you. Meaning, it's a tough, I don't know how to say it properly.
I gotcha.
Okay, as long as you understand what I'm saying, don't make me say it.
Okay. I won't. But yeah, I mean, I'm really
But what she
interested in that
generally
because,
does
like,
is a 2-day class generally. She'll do it generally on a Friday evening starting at like 5 or 5:30. And
okay.
they'll go to like 10 or 10:30 at night or whatever. And then all day Saturday pretty much. So they'll start at maybe noon and then go until finished, which can be whatever time in the day.
Okay.
And like I said, a lot of it is meeting other people who are also interested. It weeds everybody out very strongly.
So is it like 2 separate classes, or is it like
It's
two
all
classes that are
considered
the
one
same?
class. The first day, they pretty much go over because this is usually the first day people bring their family members or whatever they want to as well to kind of introduce it to them.
Mm-hmm.
But half of them don't come back the next day.
Okay.
It's only the main people that said, "Hey, come, let's go do this," kind of thing. So it's
Yeah.
open to everyone. She rents like a conference center room or something in a motel or something like that, just whatever's available in the area. And that holds quite a few people. But the first day she goes over the presentation more, and she explains it thoroughly in action, like right in your face and the whole 9 yards, and everybody's sitting around doing it as well, talking about it, asking the questions, just kind of like we're doing tonight, except you're live in somebody's face. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So you're getting the hands-on. And when I was there, it was like maybe 15 people, 10 people the next day, that sort of thing. It wasn't like tons, which was
Okay.
nice.
Yeah.
It was very personable. And so they go over, like she'll hand you like a worksheet package out, which you just fill out at your leisure, but it kind of helps you understand what type of energy you explore. Let's say that maybe you're a transfer of an energy type thing. Maybe you have dragon type energy. Maybe you're able to, because some people are more empathic. Some people are more telepathic. Everybody's got their strengths.
Yeah.
And so what we do is you learn who's got strength of what, and then it's easier to pair people off, like to do certain things, and then that way they can work better together. And you also work with the whole class as well, and also work on your biofield. Like you'll have people around you in a circle and one person in the middle, and people just start walking towards you like your eyes are closed. So it's like a Jedi kind of thing.
That's kind of cool.
And then when somebody starts walking up into your field and you can feel them, then you say so. You like, you point off to the left or you point off to whatever. So it's all that type of stuff. It's just getting to know yourself and knowing how other people's energy works together. And the right hand, the left hand up, right hand down in a circle, and we take your energy and we move it around in a circle all together. So it's just a movement of energy, just kind of more to display it. And so all of these things, be it a person to person, or you're doing it with yourself and earth, or however you're doing it. I mean, I've done it with all sorts of things. Not knowingly that I was doing it, but it's just how it worked out.
Yeah.
Like I say, Heavenly Father, explain this to me or show me X, and the next thing I know, I've hooked up with some Thunderbird somewhere, and then it's projected its vision down into the underworld, and it's showing me the tormentor or whatever I ask. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's not me taking over the bird. It's Father connecting our fields together without me having to move from where I'm at. It's nothing I did myself. I asked Father a question and to show me, and that was his way of showing me. I didn't say do it this way or do it that way. I just said, please explain it to me, and that was his choice to show me in a certain manner.
I just need to figure out how to do this thing because I keep hearing these rings in my ears, like, you know, like when you were in school and you did the ear test and you would hear it, and then you have to raise your hand, and then it would stop for a second, and you'd hear it again. That's what I'm hearing. Like, it's very controlled sounds. It's not
Yes, there's a lot of us dealing with that. You'll be fascinated at one of her very last videos she did. She was talking about this.
like,
And
okay.
she had done her neti pot, but she
Yeah,
was
I
talking
watched
about the
that
black
one.
particles that just crawl all over everything.
Yeah, I watched that one actually.
Yeah, did you? And she started after she did her neti pot, and like she had fasted already because she woke up, she slept, and then got up, and before she started anything, she did that, and it came out like a screaming, "Ah," you know.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about here a little bit. But for myself, like I do it a little bit different. The biggest thing is to learn your own way. There's no one way to do it. You have to know yourself and to move how you move naturally. Like for myself, I've been attacked by that right hand, you know, that thing that makes everybody spin to the right and fall down electrocuted, and they're taking out the lunch.
I don't know what you're talking about. I heard you say that earlier.
Yeah, you have to look up some videos. There's a lot of them on BitChute, and I don't know about Rumble, but I've seen tons of them come off of BitChute. And people were playing them. I think that JWTV, he's played a couple of them, or Woodward TV, he's done like a sect on it.
Well, what do I Google to find that?
I'm not really sure. I just do
Okay.
the
Okay.
Hey Venus. Try looking on Woodward TV. He did it, but he associated it all with demonic forces. And that's what most people are doing. But this is actually the technology in play. Now, I'm
Oh.
not saying demonic forces cannot be added on top of the actual technology. That is absolutely possible. But
Well,
so
yeah.
much of it is
Listen, Satan came down like in a bolt of lightning. So, you know.
exactly, and that's everything we're talking about right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so, is he standing in the place where he ought not be? Yes.
Yeah.
And what I've noticed about the Bible is it relates to every kind of category. So if somebody's more spiritual and they're like into the church, they can see that energy into the church. You see what I mean? I mean, it can be broken down into all those things.
Yeah.
So however your mind grapples with it and grasp onto it is correct for yourself, and understanding and taking it, you know, into your book of knowledge.
Well, also the Bible keeps revealing things to you that you didn't see before, too.
That's right. The living word.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know I was on a topic there, but I forgot what I was saying.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're good. So I'll just drop that. I'm sure I didn't state it all properly, but like I said, I'm just speaking from experience, from my own personal experience. And I'm not teaching anyone. I'm just sharing with you guys what I've learned, or because I do have a lot of experience with this weaponry stuff that they deploy over people. I mean, it will set off black mold in your house.
Oh, great.
I've had that happen at least 3 or 4 times.
Hey, Danny, I'm not sure if that link will work, but I put a link in our personal chat here in the back, I guess, wherever. I don't know if it's there or not. Can you see it?
Let's see.
It's in the StreamYard private chat.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, check that one out. I think that's the line that does the circle thing.
Oh, that's the lion one?
Yeah.
I love that video. I'm going to paste that to the main chat.
Yeah, it's
This
only
is the
like
same thing.
yeah, it's only like a minute long.
Is that off?
I don't know. I just tapped it down. I tapped
So
down
this is the
lion
lion
dead.
going in a circle.
I think it might be.
Okay, I didn't look at it. Should
I
I look
looked
at
at I looked at the landscape. It looked familiar to me, so I figured that might be, yeah, it looked the same, so it
All
might
right,
be
let
the
me
one.
look at it real quick. Yeah, this is it. All right, this is a good video Mad Cat posted for us, and this is what we're talking about with the right hand turning. And this is the lion in the jungle, and obviously we got the button pushers filming it. There's an app for that. Let's keep this clear in our minds. I mean, seriously. But the link I just posted is the lion out in the jungle, and you'll watch him. That's a healthy lion. Doesn't have CV or anything else of that nature. All right. But all living things have been hot-wired with tasers, is what I call it.
And
Magnets.
there's
the
been
soul.
lots of incidences with people doing the same thing. You know,
Yes.
it's been happening all over the place. And then you got the situation with the animals running around in circles and stuff. There's all kinds of weird stuff going on, but it's all frequency related, you know.
Well, I've had one of those button pushers actually, because I can see into the spirit realm in a certain way, on certain levels and all that kind of stuff, and the
Right.
infrared. When you go into different light frequency bands and stuff like that, that is part of your biofield, but it's spirit vision. And you know, some of us have different gifts than other people from the Heavenly
Right.
Father.
Right.
So I watched this dude. He was like in a certain level, and I know this level well. And they pushed a button, and I saw the corkscrew it dropped down first, and then this big blue ball of light was following it down and to the right, and that was to intercept my vagal nerve, which is on the right side of your neck, and that's what makes everybody drop.
Hold on 1 second. Danny, could you show me your face? You just turn on your camera. I have to make sure it's you.
Yeah,
I need to see your face before you come back up, because someone could make believe that it's you, and we could get to see another big schlong slinging around again.
Yeah, sorry people, but weird things are happening.
So someone used Chris's avatar to get in here to show a dick pic.
Think so, but I'm not sure. So I have to make sure I know who everybody is coming in, because I had to, you know how that video ended. I just ended it.
Yeah.
And then, you know, that probably was not Danny, you see?
Right.
Yeah. And that's how it happened last time.
So mad at us that you saw it. I don't know if you saw it. That's why I ended the stream suddenly, and then I had to delete the YouTube video immediately, or else my channel wouldn't be here anymore. It would have been taken down. And then I decided to download it and re-upload it, and that was like 10 hours of work. It's not worth it. So I'm avoiding all this, and I'm sorry, Danny, if that was you, but it could have been someone else saying they are Danny now, since you were up, and you know, I need to see people's faces as they come in. Now I'm sorry about Chris, because I'm not sure about what happened with that. So I have to protect myself in the chat.
Okay, this particular person cracking ass and taking names saying this is Danny. I'm sorry. This is the same person.
That is her. I went to her channel. That is her.
Really?
Yeah, because well, look at her channel. You could go and look at the channel. I subscribe to her.
Okay, well, I saw this person in last time when Chris was here.
So if you come in the chat, I just need you to flash your camera on so I could see it's you. I know what you look like. You were up here for a few hours with your face showing. So if you want to come back in the chat, I need to see your face before I can let you up on chat. It's just the way it has to be. But I know that this may be Danny. I subscribe to her channel. Good look at the channel. I hate to be paranoid.
All right. Well,
now, I wasn't on guard the other night, and look what happened. You know.
Yeah. I noticed that Matthew guy. He mentioned something about another Mad Cat. Was there another someone used my avatar for that?
No, that's a friend of ours on Odyssey. She's Mad Cat 12.
Oh, okay, all right.
So I know
you have
her and I
another
know
Mad
you.
Cat out there.
Well, it's on Odyssey. She's not on YouTube.
Okay.
And it's Mad Cat 12. That's a friend of ours.
All right. Okay.
He thought you were her, and so did Lynn. When Lynn came in, the plasma lady, the plasma energy lady. She knows Mad Cat on the Odyssey as well, but it's a female. I know her well.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and I was like, no, this is a different Mad Cat. I was like, he's the one on the screen. It's a dude.
Okay.
So they're like, okay, thank you.
I'm sorry I had to do that. I don't want to see someone.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to see someone schlong schlicking around like last night. It was really gross. It was so big. I've never seen such a big one. Just swinging around like a dog toy. It was crazy.
See me? Can you guys see me?
I'm sorry.
Can you see me and hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. If you could, let me see if I could make your mic a little louder. I could do it on my end.
Okay. That was me cracking ass and taking names. That's me.
Okay.
That's me on
Yeah,
YouTube.
I did. I subscribed to you. You'll see that I subscribed.
Oh, well, I don't make videos, so I don't make any.
Yeah, there was something on your channel. I just, I have to do check people out. So, yeah, it's cool. You just have to flash because literally we have enemies and they want to take us down. I'm just telling you, we got enemies.
Yeah.
I get it.
It's an ugly world. But anyway, that lion video that was posted, if you watch it, the lion is walking by himself, minding his own business. And the next thing you know, he's looking up to the right. And then he starts turning into the right, going into the right. And then he drops down and he's...
Yeah.
And this is part of this is everything we've been talking about tonight.
Hi, pretty guy.
That video.
But this is happening to a lot of people. But I've actually seen that spiral. I've seen them let off that energy ball. And when it started coming down the spiral, I just pulled it off in the direction it was coming. Like if it was turning the curve and coming around to the left, I just pulled it off to the left and shot it into the ether, into the to the area around me and just dispersed it. Like I didn't leave it whole. I just, boof. And a lot of that is working with your imagination, your intentions, your will. It doesn't take much. It was a very delicate pull off. And so a lot of times you'll hear those frequencies come in, they'll enter into your left side and out your right side. You just want to pull it on out and let it keep going, but disperse it as it goes out. That way it's not hitting something else. And you know what I mean? That's how I do it. And your imaginations are extremely powerful, everyone.
Great.
I
mean, it's so powerful you wouldn't even believe it.
I've got a crazy imagination.
Well, this is therein part of your whole success in life type thing. But it's also how the earth works. And so what the enemy does is they like us to concentrate on them. And just by us merely concentrating on them.
That's it.
That's all it takes. Your energy is usurped, and this helps form the earth and makes the earth healthy and whole.
Right.
Or opens up portals between this dimension and that dimension, everything.
And I always say to people, pay no mind to this shit. Turn it off. Just shut it down. Right.
Well, I think it's important to know thy enemy, but once you know about it, that just gives you situational awareness, and then you can learn to wield it a different way.
If it's going to affect you if it's going to disturb you to the point where it's going to, really have a bad effect on you, turn it off.
Agreed.
And then maybe come back later at it if you feel you're ready for it, type of thing. Like if it's something that it might be a challenge for you to take on, it could be a personal challenge for you to take on. And then once you face that challenge, you get used to it and you just go up another level, you grow that way, it's like facing fear,
I totally agree with that. Don't overload your own donkey.
Right.
And don't get stuck down one rabbit hole. The moment you're stuck down a rabbit hole, you're done.
always say never go down the rabbit hole without a rope.
You go down the rabbit hole, but don't let that be the end all there all, because there's
Right.
always another rabbit hole.
Right.
Hook to that
Right.
rabbit hole.
Yeah.
And you will get lost. You see too many of these researchers, they may get hooked into a rabbit hole and that's where they stay.
Yeah.
But that's not how reality works.
No.
It's very malleable and pliable.
Yeah, because you go too many places, it's hard to remember stuff, and you got to keep your if you're gonna go down a certain rabbit hole, you want to take something back from that rabbit hole. You want something that'll make sense to you and you can hold on to and use for your growth. And then find another rabbit hole if it suits your whatever you're into, who you are, or whatever you resonate with, or resonate, blah.
True that. And always remember, everybody has something to offer.
That's right.
Even if it's the enemy you're looking at.
That's right.
So don't ever throw the baby out with the bathwater, and don't ever judge someone else.
Never.
If you don't like a certain person and the way they do things, that it gives you no right to tell somebody else, well, if you do this and that, I'm not going to be your friend no more. I mean, how old are we? 2? No. But that's how a lot of people are treating things.
Yeah. It's like, if you turn this way, you're not my friend anymore, or whatever. It's like, man, I can't, whatever, right?
I'm not hanging with that.
No one should have any control over anybody,
My parents have acted that way.
Right.
Yeah.
And basically what that is we're watching tyrannical government, and it's going down into the community. Everybody wants to control everybody else. Where do you think they're getting this energy from?
Well, the old people they were terrified of COVID.
Yes, they were.
But
the old people are also the ones all hooked into the doctor system. I mean, my goodness, trying to deal with my mom or whoever that's older, they just really believe in that stuff, and I'm just like, oh gosh.
Yeah. They're it's embedded.
It's so embedded into them.
Yeah.
And I was like, like they were mad at me because I didn't want to wear a mask or any of that crap, and
Right.
Yeah. They still make comments, and I'm just like, okay.
Yeah.
I love my parents, don't get me wrong. It's just it's been hard. It was really unexpected to see their reaction to all of it.
Yeah.
It really was a sideswipe.
Yeah.
And that's the name of the game.
I gotta let my dog
to knock you down at the knees, and are you going to get back up when you fall? Are you going to pay attention? What's going to happen to you? But we all were clipped at the knees.
Yeah.
But some of us knew better than to go along with the program.
Man, I was against it from the gates. I was like, this is a bunch of bull crap. I'm not wearing a mask. I was saying I'm not going to wear a mask before they even implemented it. And people were already getting mad at you for not wearing a mask, and it hadn't even been mandated yet. It was crazy.
Right.
I was like, are you kidding me? I'm not going to wear one just because you told me to.
When they first even mentioned COVID, I laughed my ass off when they called it a pandemic, because I thought automatically, it was like, well, dating back in history, the Black Plague, people are dropping like flies. I don't see anybody dropping like flies right now. People were getting the flu and stuff, but they weren't, and maybe a little bit extra sick here and there, but they came out of it. There was very few deaths really happening, But then all of a sudden, somebody dropped dead of a heart attack, and they call it COVID because there's a payout from the government to the doctors, the medical industry for toe tags, and every toe tag you get so much money, and that's why they played right into it. So I mean, everything's corrupted, right? So you can see where all of it went. It's a big fucking game, and
they gaslit us bad. But my father-in-law, he did die. He died in the nursing home, and he didn't die of COVID. He actually broke his hip, had to go to have surgery. Then he had to wait to come back to the nursing home because they had to make sure he didn't have COVID from the hospital. he gets back, and then like a couple of days after, or a day after he got back, the nurse gave him morphine, and she wasn't supposed to because he's allergic to it. And we couldn't see him, we couldn't go see him at all. We weren't allowed to.
I'm giving you a big hug right now.
Thank you.
Yeah. C had a great piece of information on the ear sounds. He said I deal with the ear sound. The way I got rid of it is to juice dark grapes with a lemon. I might add a pear or an apple too also. That's my drink for a week. And avoid yeast, fungals, mold foods like cheeses, mushrooms. And it took it away.
Okay. Did he put that in the chat?
Yeah, it's in the chat, but I can't post it to the video, but it's not very far up in the chat.
Okay.
Go just above where you came back in the room.
Okay.
And it's right there.
Who posted it?
C.
Okay. I'll find it and post it up in the chat.
If you go right above where Danny came back into the room.
Should have saw the moon when I went out, laying on its
it's gorgeous tonight.
Oh yeah, just setting.
Oh, I haven't been outside.
And there's no light here because I'm up at 7,000 feet, so the stars just are like right in your face. It was just stunning.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Certain times because I live in a valley.
You live in a valley?
Well,
are you in Cali?
Well, yeah. There's a hill on both sides of me, and I'm down in the valley, and so I don't see any sets or sunrises or anything like that. Because I got.
Are you in California?
No.
Oh, okay.
Southern Indiana.
Okay. I've never been there, so I don't know anything about Indiana.
What's the landscape look like there, Danny? Is it beautiful?
Yeah, I mean, it's green. There's a lot of green and a lot of trees. Yeah, it is.
It makes me think of the Okanagan Valley in BC, British Columbia there, here in Canada.
Yeah.
So there's an Okanagan, they call it the Okanagan Valley, and it's like it's like they got all kinds of orchards and stuff, apples and plums and peaches and all that stuff. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
We got a lot of mold here though because we live in a valley. So
Right.
But we live in a valley, but also I live in an extra valley because there's a big hill on both sides of me.
Huh.
So, and then there's woods on one side. So if I want to see a sunset, I got to go drive somewhere.
Right.
Just a couple miles down the road, but still, I can't.
Well, that sounds like good protection from frequencies.
Yeah.
No, not really. Not when there's a radio antenna. There's two of them right outside my house.
Oh, you got landlines there.
Well, there's one for the TV station and one, one of those ABC zone.
Right.
So.
Well, it's not as bad as being like in a flat concrete city with 5G towers every block.
Yeah. Well, I think it's getting that way everywhere though.
Not where I am. I'm like 300 miles from any city where I am. I'm in the last bit of wilderness in Nevada.
Well, that's
up
good.
High, really up high, like 7,000 feet.
It's like shocking me because I go into what I consider country around here and I still see 5G towers. So they're getting it all.
They have them everywhere, so.
Yeah.
Then they have Starlink too, if that really exists.
I kind of live between the city and the country. I'm like close to both.
My sister's church, the same church my aunt and my sister go to. they made the whoever runs the church, they made them an offer so much money if they could put up a 5G tower. So they're kind of having a discussion over that right now. And it's right by a trailer park. It's like I'm thinking to myself, you're not only going to be harming the people that are going to the church, you're going to be harming everybody that's in that trailer court and everybody around that whole general area. So, and I don't think these people know exactly what they're dealing with the 5G thing. So, right now they're having a big discussion over it. So I don't know how that's going to turn out.
Hopefully they'll do their research.
Well, I will. I don't go to church. I don't play that game. But if it comes down to the point where they can't get nothing through these people, I'll make an offer to go and I'll show them. I'll show them exactly. I'll show them all kinds of stuff. I'll just say, give me your computer. I'll say, oh, here, I'll show you some stuff.
And this is the problem. All these, even our local governments, they don't do their research and they just sign on with whatever. And they're like, oh yeah, this is great. We're going to get all this money if we just sign on. And they're just doing stuff to take all of our freedoms away.
Exactly. Yeah.
Everything they're signing on to is just taking all our freedoms away. Or I guess maybe, I don't even know what the right word is.
Well, on a local level, maybe, but on the if you're talking like the higher ups, they're all part. They're all part.
Yeah,
part
I know.
of,
That's what I mean. They're signing on to all these federal programs. And
they're they got no choice. Like even the governors and all that, they don't have a choice if they want to keep their positions.
So it's about
the shit trickles down.
Good for everybody. It's about them and their position. Their
Right.
title and tiara.
Right.
All right, you guys. I might have to go. I'm exhausted.
Okay, me too.
Venus.
Yeah, we can call.
Yeah, I think I need to shut it down too. We've been on for almost 5.5 hours.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's great.
so
it's exhausting.
So I think we may, if it's okay with Fang, we may do this again next Saturday, guys. What do you
Sounds
think?
good.
Yeah, so we'll have
Sounds
another
good.
presentation on next Saturday,
Well,
the
thank
same time, 9:00.
Yes.
And
Eastern
otherwise, I may
Standard.
have a few chats during the week, little pop-up chats for people to get together and just chat. So thank you, everybody, for coming. And we'll see you next Saturday or during the week for pop-up chat.
Okay.
Have a nice night. Everybody, whatever you want to say in closing, you may before we shut it down.
Keep
Everybody have a
positive,
good night.
everyone.
Danny, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Everybody out there, have a good night. Have a good week. Stay
Bye.
stay on
Good
the
night,
track.
everybody. Good night, Fang.
Good night, y'all.
Good night, Mad Cat.
Love
Good
yous
night, Goblin.
Night, Fang Doll.
Good night, Debbie.
See you later,
Everyone.
Mad Cat.
Love you.
Good night. Love you guys.
All right.
Thank you for coming.